going to be on the show. As well as that, we've got Randy Orton actually in a match. It's going to be Randy Orton and LA Knight taking on Solo Sikoa and Jimmy Uso. In fact, there's lots and lots of things that we've got tonight. It's a pretty stacked card. It's been normally they don't announce loads for like Raw and SmackDown, but they've actually announced loads for tonight. It's a tribute to the troops, so there'll be some of that involved. But to be honest, it's just a stacked show. So we've got CM Punk. As we said, he's going to be making an appearance. Not sure what he's going to say. I would imagine that he'll probably claim that this is his yard now or whatever. You know, he'll probably take a little diss of Roman at some point. Not that I think we're building to that, but just plant a seed. Just plant a little seed. Maybe there'll be a confrontation with Heyman. I don't think there'll be a confrontation with Solo and Jimmy, because they've got a match with Randy and LA Knight. So unless they're going to do something with CM Punk earlier in the evening and then do the match later, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what we do with CM Punk tonight. My guess is he's going to come out, just sort of introduce himself to the SmackDown crowd. Obviously, we're expecting him to sign an exclusive deal with Raw. So my thoughts are he'll come out, he'll introduce himself to the SmackDown crowds, introduce himself to the Fox network, and take a few shots at Roman, maybe a confrontation with Heyman. Certainly expect someone to step up, someone to confront him, and which I expect him to get the better of, and then that'll be that. Then we've got, as we said, Randy and LA Knight against Solo and Jimmy. As well as that, we got Asuka taking on Charlotte Flair, which is a big match. Like, that's a match we've had at WrestleMania before. But obviously I'm expecting some screwy outside interference, damage control, blah, blah, blah. We've got Dragon Lee taking on Santos Escobar. So, again, a match that we had, I believe, at Survivor Series. So another premium live event match that we're getting here. I don't really know why we're doing this again. I mean, they already faced at Survivor Series. Santos was victorious. He should now be moving on, really. So I'm not sure of the backstory on this one. I don't know why we're doing this again, because it sort of makes the Survivor Series match feel a bit irrelevant, to be honest, if we're just going to do it again. But we'll see what that segment's about. And then, oh, actually, I do know. I didn't know, but now I do know, because I've just seen the next match, and it just reminded me. It's that United States tournament, isn't it? That starts this week. So that's why we're doing it. It's in the United States tournament. Okay. Well done. Well done, WWE. I was going to say, if we're just going to do a random match between these two, I don't get why we're doing that, because it makes Survivor Series irrelevant. But it's not a random match. It's that United States tournament, which I completely forgot about until I saw Bobby Lashley against Karrion Kross. That is also coming up tonight. And that is also in that tournament. So we're starting off with the tournament. We're getting that underway. We've got CM Punk. We've got Randy Orton. We've got some big premium live event-esque matches. It's tribute to the troops. I mean, it is stacked. It is a stacked evening tonight, and should make for a very, very fun show. Before we jump into the chats, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that's been enjoying and checking out those new videos on the channel. Just reading through the comments that people left today. And it's great, man. The response is really, really good. And so, like, it seems like it's working at the moment. Because obviously when you're making those kinds of videos, you don't know how they're going to be received. You don't know if people like are going to enjoy them as much as you enjoy making them. And it seems like people are enjoying them and getting the humor from them. And that's, I was saying this on the member stream yesterday. I really want the channel to be full of that good, fun videos rather than just news videos that go out of date very quickly. We'll still do the news videos, but they can go to the second channel. There's a whole different world that they can go to. They don't need to be on this channel. So we'll move them over there. So they'll still be around, but they'll be on the second channel. And we'll use this channel for the streams and for just fun, quick little short videos. Like, did you ever see this moment? Did you ever see this moment? Did you ever... You might have heard of this, but did you ever actually see it? Or maybe you haven't heard of this one. Or do you remember this? This was classic. Like we did the Shockmaster today, which is... been done to death, I know, but it's one that should be in a series like this, which is just fun moments from the history of WWE, WCW, really. Just pulling out those fun moments. So, yeah, big thank you to everyone that's checked out today's and left their comments. I was reading through those comments, and we even got a very good suggestion for a future video, which I've said we will make. And I'll give that person a shout out as well. So I've got another video that is now going to have to be made, which is no problem because I'd like to have 200 of those. And at the moment, I've made 25, and this idea that I was just given will be number 57. So I've got, and I've already got like lots of backup ideas. I mean, I reckon I could get to the 200 already, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just after really what people are looking for. Great moments that people enjoyed. Don't put them here, right? Don't put them here because they'll get forgotten about. Put them in the comments of those LOL videos. Right, let me just type out this quick tweet. X. I don't know what we're meant to call them now. Just to let people know that we're live, because I didn't get a chance to do that before we went live. So we've got CM Punk, we've got Randy Orton and LA Knight versus Solo and Jimmy Uso. We got Asuka versus Charlotte. We've got Bobby Lashley. He is taking on Karrion. It'd be nice to see Karrion. Bet Karrion will be thrilled to be out of catering. What a time for him. What a time to be alive, eh? No longer sat there in catering, twiddling his thumbs. I bet he's absolutely over the moon. Right, boom, done. Yeah, so for example, we have got... Hang on, let me retweet this. So, yes, we've got some news. The news is that, did you see about Endeavor are working with Impact, which has kind of done the rounds in the past few hours. So, apparently they're going to help them with their subscription service, their TNA Plus. So this is something that seems to have caught the attention today, and understandably so. TNA Wrestling and Endeavor Streaming, the same Endeavor that are part owners or owners of WWE, they are partnering together for a relaunch of the TNA Plus subscription service. It was announced that TNA and Endeavor Streaming have reached a multi-year deal for Endeavor Streaming to power the TNA Plus app. Now, already I've seen a lot of, not clickbait, you can understand why they're doing it, but Endeavor signed TNA, right? It's not clickbait, but is it misleading? Well, I suppose it operates in that grey area, doesn't it? It operates in that grey area. It's a little bit cheeky. I suppose in a way I've got respect for it. But the truth of it is that, yes, there is an agreement there, but it's to help them with their streaming platform, right? They are basically being paid by TNA to provide the background support for their app. That's it, right? That's all it is. They're providing background for their app. TNA touted the app as a relaunching with a dynamic new look, along with expanded options and increased functionality. There are 2 price tiers for the service. The special attraction tier is $9.99. or $95.99 a year, and it includes access to the TNA Impact Library and every TNA Plus special event. The World Championship tier is $219 a year. What? And includes those benefits as well as the 4 major pay-per-views. I mean, I don't know how much those pay-per-views cost. That's a lot of money, isn't it? I mean, $220 basically. Well, if you spend $10 a month, that would be $120. So that means that the 4 pay-per-views are going to be $50 each, right? Where's, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not seeing any saving there. I'm not seeing, like, surely you'd think, I tell you what, if you go for the World Championship level, we'll do you a deal, right? You can have 12 months and the pay-per-views for this price. That doesn't feel like a special price. That just feels like maths. That just feels like how much it actually should be. $50 for each of the pay-per-views, and then $10 a month for 12 months. That takes it to $220. Why didn't they go like $200? Not $20 off for people or something? Don't know. Impact Plus was previously priced at $7.99 a month, or $71.99 a year. It wouldn't have included everything it includes now, though, of course. There was only one tier available, and that didn't include pay-per-views. Well, it doesn't affect me, to be honest, but I'm sure there's excitement around that. There's certainly news around that because Endeavor are powering it. And it looks like there's going to be a couple of price brackets. So there we go. A few comings and goings in the world of Impact and TNA. Who is coming from NXT to SmackDown? I think it's going to be Axiom. I'm not aware of anyone, to be honest. I haven't seen any kind of mystery person coming up. Is there something that they're teasing on X? Let's have a little look. They're talking about NXT. Tune in tonight to tribute to the troops to see 2-time 2024 Grammy nominees War and Treaty perform. Don't know them. They look cool. No shade. They look cool. They look... I reckon they're going to sound pretty sweet. So, fair play. War and Treaty. Anything else listed? No, I think we've got everything in regards to what's actually on the show tonight. Oh, hello. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes been announced. I've got a graphic for Cody, which I hadn't seen that earlier. Let's go down. Hello there. Tonight, this was a few hours ago. Get ready for Cody Rhodes. So Cody Rhodes is on the show as well. Tribute to the troops. I wonder if CM Punk and Cody are both just going to talk about tribute to the troops a little bit. I wonder if that'll be something where they just, like, you know, pay their respects to the troops or something. I don't know. I've got to think that that's going to be a pretty strong theme that runs through the show, you know. Right. Kian says, Days, hope you are doing well. How's your day been? I've started to rewatch World Cup streams. I miss those. Keep up the work. Kian, shout out to you, bud. Yeah, we've done lots of streams in the past, and, you know, time moves on. We keep moving forwards. My focus is on that current series of videos now. That's where my focus, and of course the streams. But to be honest, I mean, we're getting to the end of the year, aren't we? Get Christmas out the way, and boom, we start afresh in 2024. Stephen said, good evening to you. Good evening. Gearing up for SmackDown. Let's go. Could be there a moment before Christmas. Also, cannot wait for the East Anglian Derby next Saturday of Ipswich versus Norwich. We want payback, says Stephen. Stephen, shout out to you, my friend. Jennifer said, I think they're talking about a mystery NXT person that will be in the tournament. Ah, yes. Good shout. Well, I haven't seen that match be advertised for this week, to be honest. The mystery NXT person in that tournament. Yeah, I think that there's a few names that could be in the run-in for that, like a Nathan Frazier or an Axiom that was mentioned, or maybe a Von Wagner, or maybe a Bron Breakker, you know? Maybe a Carmelo Hayes. I mean, I feel like there's a few that are on the verge of being called up. Axiom is an interesting one because he doesn't feel anywhere near the title. He doesn't feel like he's going to be NXT champion. And so if we're waiting for that, I'm not sure it's ever going to come. I don't know that it'll ever arrive. And we've seen plenty of people get called up that aren't champion, of course. I mean, Baron Corbin was never NXT champion. Dragon Lee has been called up. He's never been NXT champion. So, I mean, there's plenty of people that have been called up that were never champion. But it's like, I don't know what we're trying to do with Axiom, to be honest. If you struggle in NXT, it's not normally a good sign for the main roster. And I think he's struggling a little bit, to be honest. I think he's struggling. I don't feel much of a connection with him. I think he's a great talent, but this doesn't feel like a very strong connection with the fans. The fans aren't clamoring to see Axiom. I'm not sure about the name. I'm not sure about the gimmick. I'm not sure about the full face mask. He's a good-looking guy as well, you know. I mean, that is a kid from NXT UK. I mean, if he was, like, ugly, we've said before, if he was really ugly, you could understand it. But he's a really good-looking guy. So I don't really get why we've, like, put him in this face mask. So, I don't know. Axiom's a really interesting one, I think. He could definitely be in this tournament, definitely. But yeah, at what point do we, like, outright call him up? What is it that we're, like, waiting for? I mean, my guess is creative. We're waiting for creative. We need something for him on the main roster. But other than that, I mean, he can wrestle. Clearly, he can wrestle. He's been in the WWE system long enough whereby, you know, I've seen people way worse than him come out of NXT. So, in my mind, is there or thereabouts. It's just, how are you going to use him? What are you going to do with him? I don't think they've kind of worked that out yet. So, he's an interesting one. I'd say the same with Nathan Frazier, but Nathan Frazier is someone that's not been around quite as long. And I think he's also in a very similar boat, actually. Hence why they're probably always in segments together. Actually, it looked like they might even be leaning towards making them a tag team. Because didn't Axiom give Nathan Frazier like a mask the other day on NXT? Leave him a mask in the bathroom. I think he wants to make him like Axiom 2. So there's an interesting little thing going on there. Days, do you think AJ will take Owen's spot as he's injured? Apparently Styles is making a return soon, if there's been any rumors on it. Well, there was rumors that he was going to be on this week's show, and that he was meant to be on last week's show, and he wasn't, so he was expected for this week. But then I saw something earlier saying that he won't be on this week's show. So could he replace Kevin Owens? Yes, he could. I think Owens may be going up against the mystery NXT person. And so that, I mean, I don't think we've got that match this week. So maybe the plan is next week we do mystery NXT person against mystery person because we don't have Kevin Owens. And so we're going to use that as a way of bringing AJ back. We absolutely could. I think AJ needs to come back and he needs to go after Roman. And actually next week makes sense because Roman's back next week. So he needs to go after Roman. I don't know if that means that he can afford to go into that tournament, though. I don't know if he can do both or even if he would want to do both. If I was to pick one, I would say that he will come back and go after Roman. I'd say he won't replace Kevin Owens. If I was to pick one, I would say that Roman's on the show. It's his only December date. We can set the seeds for his Royal Rumble opponent. I think Roman Reigns against AJ Styles feels kind of where my head's at. Because AJ was took out by the Bloodline and he's been out a long time. So now he can come back, go after Roman, set up for Royal Rumble. And apparently the Rumble, it's not LA Knight, as a few people were thinking they might do the rematch. But apparently it's not. So I think that I would lean towards that, but him being the replacement for Kevin Owens, I think Owens has fractured his hand. We don't know if it's legit or not, but if he's going to need to be replaced, then yes, you could insert him there as well. So there's a couple of possibilities for where you could put AJ. Mr. Unfamiliar said, when Tyler Bate joined NXT, Drew was TNA champion. Mr. Unfamiliar, shout out to you. Tyler Bate could be the person that comes up. I was just thinking then, because we're sort of seeing Butch being pushed out. We're sort of seeing Butch seemingly like the split up of the Brawling Brutes. We need to get some more work on that. We need to get some more clarity on that. And, you know, if he goes like off on his own and he needs some support, Tyler Bate is right there. Again, another character I'm not massively sold on at the moment. I really, really like Tyler Bate. I've got all the time in the world for him. And I want nothing but for him to succeed. But again, I'm just not sold on this version of him. You know, in the past, he was like a young, up and coming, legit. Like do you remember when he was like 19? He was strong. He looked like he'd just stepped out of like the 1800s. He had his moustache. And I don't think was wearing knee pads. He was just wearing very plain trunks. And but he was exciting to watch. I mean, he wasn't just doing catch as catch can. I mean, he had some pace to him. He had some explosiveness to him. He certainly had power to him as well. And I've said before, his match with Pete Dunne in 2017 is one of my favorite NXT matches ever. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. So love Tyler Bate. I've got all the time in the world for him, but now he's kind of doing this meditation. Doing this vegan lifestyle, kind of hippie sort of, I don't know, it's really mushy. It's really soft. It's really, I don't know, it's the complete opposite to kind of how I was viewing him back in 2017, kind of 2018. Like, they've kind of really changed him. Now, even his logo is quite flowery. It's like, I don't know about this. I understand that, like, that's who he is as a person, but I don't know that it always quite works. That they say that the best character that you can play is just an exaggerated version of yourself, and so maybe that's the thought process. Let's make him an exaggerated version of his true self. But I don't know that that's true. I don't know that it's kind of working. So, but this is what's interesting about NXT. It's developmental for many people. And so they are trying different hats. They are trying different things. They are, Wendy Chu was Tian Sha. She was this woman that was all heavily made up, sat in a chair, all moody. And then she became like this woman in a onesie that used to come down to the ring with a pillow and like yawn during matches. Like, you do try different things down in NXT. To see, you know, what it is that's going to work best. So even if this one doesn't succeed, it's fine. I'm sure we can find something else. But yeah, he's definitely someone that could be in that tournament representing NXT. But also, again, there's another spot potentially with Pete Dunne, Butch, that he could kind of fall into. Azario, shout out to you. Do you see WrestleMania top matches? Rock Roman, Cody, Randy, CM Punk, Seth? No. I think Roman Cody is probably the favorite. I think that, unfortunately, it's hard to see the Rock Roman one. I would love it to happen. Not saying it's impossible. It just feels like potentially last year was the year. Apparently, it was locked in at one point for last year. It never happened. We ended up getting the Cody one instead. The other thing as well is there's just been this acting strike, which means that all the projects got delayed, which means they're starting later than they were originally meant to start, which means that even if there was a window, I don't know that that window exists anymore. So I'm struggling a little bit with the Rock Roman one. That's one that I'll believe it once it's made. I think, again, if I had some money and I was a betting man, I'd say Cody Roman feels like it's the favourite match. So then that would have obviously a knock-on effect to Cody Randy. I think CM Punk Seth definitely feels like we're going down that road. And there were some comments from Seth earlier, which I thought were really disappointing. Seth coming out saying that he's a businessman, he'll do whatever needs to be done in regards to CM Punk. Which just goes completely against where he has been. And again, you know, was his reaction at Survivor Series an instant reaction of just, I hate this guy, and there he is standing in front of me showing off, and it was an outpouring of true anger from Seth Rollins, and he's now since settled down and people have spoke to him? Or was it it was an exaggerated response where he was kind of hamming it up, right? Or was it that he doesn't care at all about CM Punk, genuinely doesn't, and the whole thing was just completely made up, and the whole thing that, like, he wasn't even angry at all. I fall in the category of either it was real anger and it was exaggerated, or he lost it. I fall in one of those categories, right? Because I feel that he just doesn't like him. I believe he doesn't like him. There are comments he's made in the past that suggest that he doesn't like him. And to be honest, even these comments now kind of paint a picture that he doesn't really like him. I mean, he's not saying, no, I really like the guy. He's just come out and said, like, you know, business is business, and, you know, we'll do whatever's right. He has said that he's got deep-rooted animosity for him as well. Let's have a look what's said. It was on SI Media podcast. This is exactly what he said. He said a lot of it is personal. A lot of it's stuff I don't want to get into. But for the most part, I think he's been really selfish when it comes to the perspective on the industry. I think he's been extremely self-serving. He's been the martyr role. He's played the martyr role to a T. I've got a lot of good things to say about my parts of relationship with him. He helped me in places when he didn't have to. Whether that was for his own good or not, I'm not entirely sure. But regardless, it helped me get where I needed to go, and it did the things I needed to do. For a guy, when I met him, made it seem like it was all about giving back to the business, he really turned into a pretty selfish guy. He said some really bad things about me, talked down about me for years and the company for years. I'm talking about some really bad stuff. He called me a bootlicker. You don't know me. You don't know what I stand for. I'm a loyal person, and I just felt pretty insulted by a lot of the ways he treated me. And treated the place that I work for, treated the friends I work with. I don't need to get into any of that stuff with Colt Cabana. If you want to go back and look at that stuff, it's all out there. Just the way he treated people, the way I felt like he was looking out for himself, the way that he talked about me and my friends, the people who put in hard work, WWE, blah, 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 blah. We actually love it, want to give back, blah, 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 blah. That's a lot of it. It's deep-rooted. I wouldn't call it hatred, but a certain animosity. There's no doubt about it. That's a shame. They've only picked up on that side of it. There's a whole nother side of the conversation. I'm not disappointed in that. The bit I was disappointed in is that there are quotes going rounds where he is talking about, you know, it's business, we'll do what's right for the company, and all this kind of stuff. Basically saying, yeah, I'll work with him. Which is just so completely at odds with his reaction at Survivor Series. His reaction at Survivor Series is like, oh my God, I think Seth's about to walk out. Sticking up middle fingers, dropping F-bombs, going like bananas in the entranceway. Granted, the camera wasn't on him, but still, we knew that people were filming and that footage would get out. And so now for him to go, well, look, business is business. I'll work with him. Yeah, you know, it's just kind of like, oh, no, I don't want that. I want Seth saying, like, if they make me have a match with that guy, I'm done. I'm out. I'm walking. I ain't doing it. I ain't working with that guy. Forget it. That's what I want from Seth. That's more in line with what I saw at Survivor Series. Because, like, that anger, that visceral, you know, swearing his head off, sticking up the middle fingers, all this kind of stuff. It's It's weird to think he's now turned around and gone, yeah, no, I'll work with him. Oh, yeah, I'll work with him. Yeah, that's not a problem. We even had a segment on the show the other day where Adam Pearce was like, look, I want you to hear it from me first. I want to get CM Punk signed. Like, we made a big deal about CM Punk signing an exclusive deal to Raw. So, like, Adam Pearce is like, look, I want you to hear it from me first kind of a thing. So it's just a bit random. It's just a bit weird that now he's come out and been a bit like, yeah, no problem. I'll work with him. Business is business. So I was a bit disappointed in those comments. All that stuff about why you didn't like him, though, I mean, that's all fine. I want to see if I can find those other comments, actually. Those are the ones that were being widely reported. Those were the ones that were doing the rounds. Laugh it, Roman Punk, if they don't do The Rock at Mania, says Bonkers. How is the Shockmaster doing these days? He's doing all right. He's still with us. He's still doing conventions. Mattel actually released a Shockmaster figure a good few years ago now. About 4 years ago, maybe a bit longer, actually, 5 years ago. And he was at the San Diego Comic-Con signing them. So I've actually got a signed Shockmaster Mattel action figure. And as I said in the video earlier, thankfully he looks at it now and sees the funny side of it now, you know? I mean, at the time, I'd imagine it was not great. I mean, you know, he's just come out of WWE where he had a pretty good run as Tugboat and Typhoon. So he was Tugboat and Typhoon. He goes into WCW. It's late 93. He's making his big debut. This is going to be the big new character that he's got, the Shockmaster. He's going to be inserted in a War Games match with Sting and British Bulldog and Sid and Harlem Heat. You know, they're putting him in a big spot. And he's going to be the Shockmaster. Not a great name, but, you know, you take what you get. Not a great costume, but you take what you get. And then, of course, that moment happens, and it was never going to recover after that. He was never going to recover after that. And they drastically changed the character quite quickly. In fact, even I think by the time we get to War Games, doesn't he become like a construction guy? He's not even wearing that costume. That costume's done. One and done. So yeah, I mean, you don't need me to tell you that it didn't really work out very well for him, which at the time I would imagine was very disappointing. Days, I hope you're doing well and ready for NXT Deadline. I am, buds. I am. I'm very much excited for tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good show. It's actually a bigger show than I thought. They announced a few matches this week, which, like Roxanne against Kiana in a steel cage. So I was looking at it. I was like, oh, yeah, I do remember them mentioning that, but it didn't really register on Wednesday. But we've got a steel cage match happening tomorrow. 2 women inside a steel cage. Kiana against Roxanne. We've also got, obviously, the 2 Iron Survivor matches, which if you've never seen that match, it's going to be worth checking out tomorrow. I've only ever seen clips, so I am interested in seeing it. I've got my doubts about it, but I am going in open-minded. I've never seen it before, so we'll see. And then we've got Ilya Dragunov taking on Baron Corbin, which should be a great match because Ilya Dragunov doesn't know how to not have great matches. So Ilya Dragunov against Baron Corbin, very much looking forwards to that one. Dominic against Dragon Lee should be fun. We know that Dragon Lee's an excellent in-ring competitor. And there's a bit of heat there. Rey Mysterio is going to be at ringside as well. And I believe we've got Carmelo Hayes taking on Lexis King. Lexis King, of course, Brian Pillman Jr. And really struggling in NXT, to be honest. I don't think that this Lexis King character has really caught on. He seems to be really struggling with it. I'm struggling with it. And there's a big story going on of like, are they working together? Well, they're going up against each other. And it'll be very interesting to see how that match develops and what the fallout is from that match. So plenty to look forward to tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting show. Bit different to do like an NXT show on a Saturday But yeah, it's nice to have some wrestling to get our teeth into. I can't believe that SmackDown is in my state, said Anna. Bobby is close by. He's only 10-minute drive away. Alex said, what happened to the Hardy Boys? They're in AEW, and they're not very happy. They sent out a little message. I think, was it on their podcast? And they were talking about how they're not happy with how they've been used, but they feel like they're being used in a better direction now. They were hoping to kind of do like a bit of a tour where they would go around as the legends, pick up some wins, and then put over like a young team that deserved it. But to be honest, they've been struggling to get onto TV. Certainly Dynamite, which is like the A show. We just haven't been seeing much of them. And yeah, I don't know. They're a bit of an afterthought. They're just sort of around, and when you do see them, it's never really hyped up all that much. So they're a bit disappointed at the moment, but they said that things seem to be getting a little bit better. Sami Zayn is taking some time off. So according to the new Wrestling Observer, Meltzer said that Zayn, after an injury angle on Monday, Meltzer noted that he doesn't have it confirmed that Zayn will be off for a while following the angle, but he knows that Zayn had asked for time off. Meltzer wasn't told when Sami's time would begin. So Sami has asked for some time off, basically. And of course, we saw him get attacked backstage. It is believed that he is having that time off now. So, yeah, an injury angle. So it says Zayn will be off due to that. We know that he asked for time off. He was not scheduled for the 28th show in Quebec. That would normally be built around him. But they could possibly have him do that show. So he might be off for a few weeks now. He might be off for Christmas, although I don't think he celebrates Christmas. But 28th is in Quebec. There's maybe a chance that he could be on that show, but he wasn't originally scheduled for that. It's just a house show, that one. It's not a Raw or a SmackDown or anything. But yeah, he is off. That I think was confirmed earlier, that he is now taking some time off. That's why they did that injury angle. It's pretty good, actually. I thought they did it really, really well. Do you believe that Randy will break the 16 time with the most titles in the career? He said that his goal to success before he retired, he revealed he'll wrestle 10 more years. Do I think he'll break it? I think he's the one that is potentially favorite to break it. I think the person that should break it should be a full-time active wrestler. Looking at the size of Randy, if he's come back from that injury and he is feeling good, I mean, he's looking amazing, and he thinks he's got like a good number of years left, then I can definitely see him getting some more. I can't answer if he is going to be the one to break it. No one can, because it's going to depend on how long he's going to be around for. He might want to do 10 years. But his body may not allow him to do 10 years. He's just had an injury and surgery that's took him out for a year and a half. We might be at the point where his body is so fragile that, he's going to have to really look after himself to get in some more years. And that body is only going to be getting weaker, not stronger, as he gets older. So it's one thing him saying he wants to do 10 years. It's going to be a completely another thing if his body's going to allow him to do those 10 years. If he does do the next 10 years, then yes, I would definitely have in mind this is the person. Because I think that as a booker, if I was booking, I would want it to be a case that I can use it. There's no point having John Cena break the records if John Cena's hardly ever around. The only reason we just had him for as long as we did was because of the writer's strike. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had him as long as we did, so we would only see him a couple of times a year. Really, the person that's the most decorated world champion in wrestling history, that's someone that you want to promote. That's someone that you want to brag about. That's someone that you want to sell tickets. Come and see. Come ye, roll up. Come and see the most decorated world champion in wrestling history. Randy Orton, someone that you can use it to promote them. And there's no point having someone like John Cena that's only going to show up like once or twice a year. You might as well do it for like someone that you can get a lot more out of. And that would be Randy Orton, if he's going to stick around. This is the problem, though. In order to get that many title reigns, you've got to have had a hell of a career. And by the time you've got to that point, your career is pretty much done. It's hard to get all those title reigns in to a shorter time periods. So whoever breaks that record is surely going to be and should be getting on in age. So I can't say that Randy's age is a problem, because I think anyone that's going to look to break that 16-time record is going to be getting on in age, unless you're in the women's division where they don't really have the same depth and they have the same number of world titles as the men, even though it's a much smaller roster. This is how Charlotte has been able to get so many reigns in such a short space of time. A lot more competitive in the men's division. So the truth might be that it's Charlotte that actually is the one. Charlotte could be the one that they brag about and shout about. And of course, Ric Flair is going to love that. So I don't know. It's going to depend on how you view it, to be honest. Charlotte, I think, is on 14, is she? I think, is Randy on 13 or 14? So Charlotte, I think, will be the one. But if you're not going to count the women, which I would understand because it's a much smaller division, and you're just talking about the guys, then I think Randy could be the one. Mitchell in the chat says, Days, how I started this week knowing AJ would return tonight, and how I've ended this week knowing that he won't. All I feel is pain. Yeah, well, AJ, I mean, the reports are that it's not this week, but it's very soon. So the pain shouldn't be that strong. It should just be just a little twinge, that's all, that it's not going to be tonight. But if anything, like, I'd feel good that he's going to come back and go after Roman. So it could be that not only is AJ coming back, but that he's on the verge of entering into a program for the championship, which, they'll build it up to make it seem like he's got a chance. He hasn't got a chance, but, they'll make it seem like he's got a chance. But, I don't think too many people are thinking that Roman's losing that title to AJ when we've got WrestleMania 40 within touching distance now. But, I mean, it'll be good for him to get that kind of a spotlight. I don't know why we haven't used AJ in more high-profile singles matches. He's been with Omos. It was awful. Then he was doing OC, which was a little better than I thought it would be. But it was still pretty awful. I just think the OC are just not cool. They're just not interesting. I think putting Mia in with them was good. I think Gallows and Anderson are just charisma vacuums. I mean, I've seen them so many times in WWE, and I've yet to see them do anything good. I'm sure they're great in Impact. I'm sure they're great in New Japan. They just don't do anything in WWE. And you've got one of the best wrestlers in the world that is just constantly being held back by Omos, by a rubbish faction. Like, you've got a dude here who can go out and put on bangers and has put on bangers. So can we not just have AJ go out and put on some bangers? Can we not just have him go out there and put on some incredible matches? Have we done AJ against Gunther? Why can't we do that? Why can't we do AJ against Seth for the title? Why can't we do AJ against Roman? Why can't we do, AJ against Grayson Waller, AJ against Austin Theory, AJ against Sami Zayn, AJ against whoever? I just feel like he's been really pushed to the side for years and years and years and years and years. There's been the odd little match here or there that he's been able to have. But, I mean, when he came in 2016, they used him really well. He had a great 2017. His matches with John Cena are goated. And I don't know, as soon as we started getting closer towards the pandemic, I mean, even by the time the pandemic came along, I think we were struggling. And then we didn't really maximize him during the pandemic. Although we did it during the pandemic, put him with Abyss. Do you remember that? I actually really enjoyed that. I thought that was good. I forget what his name was when he was with AJ, but I actually thought that was a good period for AJ. And of course, we did the Boneyards, which was a career highlight for him. So, you know, as we said, there have been little green shoots. But by and large, you know, you'd struggle to say that this has been a good few years for AJ Styles. I think that certainly if you think of him as being like a Daniel Bryan type character, someone that can really go, that's really got crowd support. So under Triple H, I really hope, really hope that AJ comes back and we've got a good plan for him for 2024. I would like to see him win a world championship, but then there's lots of people I'd like to see win world championships. I want Cody to finish the story. I want Gunther to be a champion. I want Sami to be a champion. I want AJ to be a champion. I want Finn to... I mean, Finn... I think Finn has still only had that 24 hours with the Universal Championship. So, like, for me, there's just, like, a real list of people that need to be champion. But listen, if AJ comes back and we can use him in good singles matches, and I don't even mind us doing the OC, as long as the OC are going to be good, as long as they're actually going to be interesting and engaging and fun, and I'm going to actually think that they're not just a load of guys just standing around. Because that's all Gallows and Anderson strike me as, just a couple of guys that just seem to stand there and just really don't contribute anything. So, yeah, we'll see. Let's see when he gets back what they've got planned for him. Big Time said, CW Network did 2.6 on Wednesday. It's the highest audience for the network in 6 years after buying news coverage. They did 1.3 for college football last Saturday. And they've got NXT and they've got NASCAR. Well, it looks like they're making some moves, some money moves. Not JPEG said Omos as Grayson Waller's bodyguard. Yes, no, maybe, whatever. Who cares? Omos as Grayson Waller's bodyguards. Yes. I think it's a good way of using him. It's a good way of Grayson bragging. I think that Grayson has still got a lot to learn. He's very young. I think that we've tried so many different things with Omos. I just don't know that he's ever going to get it. I don't know. I mean, I thought his match with Brock was about as good as what we ever could have hoped for. He looks the part, but he doesn't strike me as someone that kind of really knows how to be a convincing giant. So yeah, putting him with Grayson, I mean, I think it would be good for Grayson. You know, Grayson can run off his mouth, and then, of course, he's got the Giants kind of back him up, so don't mind it. I mean, what's the alternative? Just not use him. I mean, it means that Grayson can, like, continue running his mouth, doesn't have to worry about the repercussion, can put Grayson into some interesting singles matches with Omos just around. They can do a few tag matches on, like, Smackdown. I don't have a problem with that, yeah. And also, that might make sense for, like, apparently they're going to run with this Theory Grayson team a while. They really like them. So they're going to run with this team for a while. But eventually they'll split. And the hope is that Theory will turn face. So maybe at that point you could put Omos with Grayson as he berates a face Theory. But that's, you know, down the road. Somewhere down the road. Tyler said, Randy will be the one to beat Roman if you think about it. It makes sense after the Bloodline put him out of action. He wins at WrestleMania and he will beat Cena and Flair's record 3 more times. Thoughts? I don't think it's going to be him, to be honest. I think that he could go on to beat the records. I think you can make an argument for it being Randy, but I don't think it's going to be Randy because I think that the past year And really, since Cody came in, they've been building Cody. I mean, Randy got pushed into the tag division with RK Bro, which was fun, and it was good. And it was getting over, and they were getting the tag titles and everything. But he'd been moved away from the singles division. And Cody was the one that they were really building. 3 wins over Seth, top merch seller for 2024. He's got a real connection with the kids in particular. I mean, you see him giving out the weight belts. You see the little kids on Halloween dressing up as Cody. He's their top baby face. So if Roman's the biggest heel you've got, then I think Cody's the biggest face you've got. Now, you can make an argument for CM Punk, and you can make an argument for Randy now he's back. It's, them returning has definitely muddied the water, but biggest merch seller in 2024 is Cody. Cody is the one who needs to finish the story. We've been very vocal about finishing this blooming story. And he had his shot last year. He failed. I really don't think WWE are going to have him fail and never win it. I think that he will win it. And if he's going to win it, then I think that him winning it and also being the one that ended Roman's historic reign is probably more likely. But Randy, I mean, look, Randy's in the running. I'm not saying he doesn't have a chance. You know, if Cody fails at WrestleMania again and then we do Randy Roman at SummerSlam, my reaction would be, yeah, there's a good chance Randy could be the one here. Because are we really going to wait for WrestleMania 41? Are we really going to wait that long? So, you know, if Cody has another shot and fails at WrestleMania, then we can talk. But I think the plan is going to be Cody Roman, and then Cody goes on to get the win. And who knows? Maybe Randy turns heel, and he's the one that ends up getting it from Cody. He could be the one that ends up getting it off Cody, because they've got such a history, obviously with legacy and everything. It wouldn't take much for Randy to turn heel, go back to being like, you know, the Viper, and be the one that ends up cutting Cody's title reign relatively short. That would give Randy another title run. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not too fixated on Randy being the one to beat this records. I think there's a chance, but I don't even remember the last time he was champion. It's been a while. It's been a while because, well, for starters, he's been out the picture for 1.5 years. So Cody's my favorite. Randy, I think you could definitely put in the running though. Days, just of these, what would you put down? Gallows back with Punk just a little bit. Punk back up and running, next some juicy stuff with Seth. Would I put Gallows back with Punk? I don't think so. I don't think that's. I don't think Punk needs that anchor. I see Gallows as an anchor. Gallows is someone to me that just doesn't pack much charisma, doesn't pack much personality. He's a big guy that's done well for himself in wrestling. He's someone that, because of what he's achieved, you can certainly respect his resume. But to me, he's just an anchor. He just brings people down. He's just dull, boring, stands in the background, doesn't contribute anything. And I don't know that CM Punk needs that around him, to be honest. Just like I don't think AJ needs it around him. I mean, to be honest, what I would do with Gallows is I would keep him with Anderson, and I would really get them to, the Good Brothers. I would really get them like going in the tag division. I mean, we just don't see them. I don't even know what's going on with them, to be honest. AJ's been out the picture, but why have they been out the picture? Unless they're injured and there's something going on with them as well. Because I don't really understand why they're not been in the mix. So, yeah, this isn't like let's all disrespect Gallows and Anderson. Like, I don't want to turn it into that. But I've never been fans of them. I've never been keen on them. I mean, when they were in last time and we had the OC, I thought it was awful. And I was worried about it when they came back. And it's been a couple of moments where I said, like, okay, this was a bit better than I thought. I remember when they had their Rhea problem. And Gallows went off to have a word with her, and he came back and he was grabbing hold of his testicles. He was like, nah, yeah, we've got a problem. And I was like, do you know what? That was all right. Those segments go. That was fine. More of that, please. But we didn't really get more of that. It was all just more bland stuff in just them in the background, just not really contributing or doing anything. I mean, it's even hard to know if it's their fault or if creative just don't know what to do with them. Maybe creative are just like, I just don't know what to do with these guys. But like, they aren't even in the tag division. We don't even see them on a regular basis. So maybe if they were having matches, cutting promos, and do you remember, didn't they do something where they were like dressed as doctors and they tried to give them like a funny little skit and it was awful. I remember them like dressing up as doctors, trying to do this funny little old fart sort of, I don't know, I can't even quite remember it. I just remember it being awful. So no, I it's hard for me to go, yeah, put him with Punk or whatever, because I just don't see him as someone that is contributing. And so him being with Punk doesn't make Punk better, in my opinion. It just sort of drags him down. So, nah, keep him as a tag team and see if we can do something there. That's what I'd look at. Dark Angel said, random facts. Jon Moxley is taller than Roman Reigns. That is a random fact. Sheed, shout out to you, my friends. Jim said Randy Orton was last champion in 2017. That is mental. He was last champion in 2017. I knew it'd been a long time, but I would not have said that long ago. That is mental. He has not been champion in 6 years. I mean, I do think he'll get one of them again. I do think he'll get one of them again. But wow, I mean, that's incredible, isn't it? That is incredible. That's incredible because they really could have got him there or thereabouts over the last 6 years. We could have at some point got him there or thereabouts. I suppose part of it comes down to this is what happens when you have someone like Roman that's so dominant for so long and one of those world titles, both for a while, just don't move. And they're just on this one person. I mean, there's 3 years of no one getting the Universal Championship. And it's been a couple of years since anyone, because he won it at WrestleMania 38. We're coming up to WrestleMania 40, so it's been a couple of years since anyone's been able to have the WWE Championship. So I suppose this is a side effect of that, isn't it? Still doesn't really explain what happened between 2017 and 2020, but yeah, that's mental. That's crazy. I wouldn't have said it was that long, to be honest. So, Jim, shout out to you. Trent Withrow said Randy beat Drew. So are we saying that it was in 2020? Let's have a look. Boo, 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 boo. 10-time WWE champion, 4-time world heavyweight champion. So he's on 14 title reigns. Let's have a look at, I mean, it won't be the world heavyweight championship. That obviously ended a long time ago. Uh, 2020. So that's better. So it was 2017. WrestleMania 33 when he beat Bray, and then 2020 when he beat Drew, so good shout. He held it for 22 days. 22 days? And that was his 10th reign. Still though, once since 2017 is still... But again, you know, if you think 2020, that's when Roman takes over. So really, he's only got that those 3 years between 2017 and 2020. He's only got those 3 years to try and really pick up some title reigns. And then, of course, he's been out for a year and a half. So, yeah, he's definitely someone that's on 14 is within touching distance. I believe 16 is the record. So he needs to get another 2. So if he was to get one this year, 2024, then towards the end of the year, then he's only one away from tying it. So, yeah, I mean, Could he be the one that beats it? He needs 3. He needs 3 in order to beat it. So, yeah, he's in the running. He's definitely in the running. Don't know. I remember looking before, actually. Most world title reigns, WWE. I remember looking before, and there's no one that's close. Bruno, no, that's the longest. Most per championship. No. Here we go. So, yeah. So you've got Ric Flair and John Cena on 16, right? They're in the lead. Then you've got Triple H, who's retired, and Randy on 14. Then you've got Hulk Hogan, who's clearly not going to add to his tally. He's on 12. Then you've got Edge, who's on 11. Now it's going to be interesting because if he wins the AEW World Championship, is that going to count? Will that be recognized? Because, for example, Vern Gagne, in fact, is there anyone here that's been AEW champion? Where's Jericho? Jericho. That's interesting. So Jericho is on 5 title reigns, and they don't recognize, according to this Wikipedia, they don't recognize Jericho's AEW title reign, nor do they recognize CM Punk's AEW World title reign. And what's interesting about this is that this does include NWA World title, because if it didn't, Ric Flair wouldn't be at number 1. So Ric Flair has got 8 NWA World title reigns, 6 WCW, and 2 WWE. And then you've got, as well in here, there was also, I saw AWA. Vern Gagne is on the list. Vern Gagne is on the list. He's joint 8th with 10 AWA world title reigns. That's a territory from back in the day. But it's interesting that according to this list, whoever's compiled it, AEW is not recognized. So that would mean that, I don't know, that Edge is going to be able to add to this by winning the AEW one. That's an interesting debate, to be honest, as to whether it should count or not. But in first is Ric Flair, John Cena on 16. In second is Randy and Triple H on 14. So Randy, quite close. Hogan is next with 12. He can't add to it. Then it's Edge. Debatable as to whether he can add to it. Then we've got Brock Lesnar, Rock, Sting, and Vern Gagne all on 10. They're 6 away. Well, Vern, no. Sting, no. Rock, no. Brock, is he going to get another 6 world titles? No, I don't think so. So they're nowhere near. Harley Race, dead. He ain't going to add to it. Then you've got Bret Hart, Undertaker, Big Show, Kurt Angle. Then you've got Roman, but Roman's on 6. He needs another 10. So there's no one around. There's no one around. The closest person is Edge, who's on 11. So even Edge needs another 5 just to get to the 16. Edge is 3 behind Randy as it is. Is Edge going to win the AEW World Championship even 3 times? I think he'll get it once. Will he get it twice? Will he get it 3 times? He needs 3 just to draw with Randy. And that would need to count. So Randy is really out on his own. If you look at the list of who could do it, there's no one but Randy that can do it. There's no one but Randy, and then apart from the Edge debate, he being the one to break that record on the men's side of it, they've got to be interested because there's not really any other opportunities around. There's no one really else that you can do it with. Days, the matches that I think will happen will be Cody Roman, Punk Rollins, LA Knight Logan, Jimmy J. Thoughts? Yep, I agree. If I was a betting man, I'd go with all of those as well. Cody Roman, Punk Seth, LA Knight Logan. We've been vocal about that for a while. And Jimmy against Jay, yeah, I mean, that's the match to make, and seemingly we've kept them apart so that we can get to WrestleMania. So, yeah, I agree with that. I would also potentially look at Becky Rhea. I would quite fancy Bayley EO. Some of these might end up being triple threats, though. You know, it might be Bayley, EO, Asuka. Who knows? Kyrie. But yeah, somewhat along those lines. Tag title wise, I'm not sure what we'll do. I mean, Judgment Day have got him at the moment. I don't know that they'll have him by WrestleMania. Drew's News said AEW recognized Ric Flair as a 21-time world champion. Okay. Hasib said, do you enjoy Gallows when he was Festus? I think that gimmick was a very interesting gimmick. I think it was of its time, and it's not one that I think you would necessarily get away with now. I think... Is it controversial to say that I think wrestling should be reflective of the world? I mean, not everyone is mentally stable. And I suppose in a way we see people like Bray show... I mean, clearly Bray had some mental health issues. I'm not talking about the man, right? I'm talking about the character. I'm not talking about the man, right? But I'm talking about the character with the Fiend and the Funhouse. Clearly that was a disturbed individual. So I sort of feel like, you know, Festus was someone that just seemed to be like quite comatose, and then the bell would ring and then he would start fighting. I sort of feel like it doesn't offend me. I think it would offend people in this modern time that we live. I think it would be seen as a bad representation of people that have mental health issues and all that kind of stuff. But I sort of feel like there are troubled people in the world, and wrestling is a reflection of that. Wrestling is, you know, you've got guys, you've got girls, you got, you know, this is why when we were having like midget wrestlers, I mean, I don't know that you can refer to them as that now. I'm not sure what the politically correct thing to say is. I think midget is okay because there is a wrestling company that's called like Midget Something Wrestling. So I think it's still acceptable. But if it's not, I apologize. But we used to have midget wrestlers, and that was always a fun... kind of that wasn't something that bothered me. They would wrestle against each other, and they normally had like some pretty fun stuff. Obviously, Hornswoggle and El Torito, the TLC, WeLC. People love that match. So much fun. I think there's a place for disabilities. I think there's a place. It's just how you present it, you know? I mean, I think it's difficult if you have someone with like a disability. Someone that's, you know, like on one leg or whatever, trying to have a convincing match against Brock Lesnar. That for me is where it falls down. You know, we have the Para-Olympics and the Olympics. You know, there's been advances in technology. So, of course, we did see Oscar Pistorius at the actual Olympics as well. That was a breakthrough. So, you know, I just sort of feel, though, that if you was going to do someone with one leg against, like, Brock Lesnar, I feel like that's quite a disadvantage. Chances are Brock Lesnar's going to destroy that person. So where I would struggle is if we are trying to make the person that's got the disability be superhuman and they're destroying Brock Lesnar. Like, it's still got, for me, it's still got to be believable. I've still got to believe in what I'm watching. So I think that there's a place for, like, showing mental health issues. There's a place for disability. There's a place for men, women, probably not children. But I think wrestling should be reflective of what goes on in the world. You know, we went through a period where all the wrestlers had jobs. We had like dentists. We've had dustbin men. We've had tax men. You know, we've had racing car drivers. We've had male gigolos. We've had Godfathers. We've had Gold Dusts, whatever that was. You know, it is reflective of the world in that regard. We've kind of gone down those roads. So for me, something like Festus, and I suppose to a degree Eugene as well, if you want to include Eugene into the conversation, I think there is a place in wrestling for those characters. Because if you're saying there's not a place in wrestling for those characters, you're sort of saying there's not a place in the world for those characters and for those people. And, there clearly is. So if there's a place in the world, why is there not a place in wrestling? I understand that you can say that, well, you've got to be sensitive as to how you present these things. But there are people like this in the world. There are people like that. And so you are reflecting those people, not all people with mental health, just the more extreme examples. Wrestling's normally about extremes. So it's just the extreme examples. Maybe, maybe it would be interesting to do a story where someone's suffering from like depression and suffering from something that we all go through, something that is a bit more on the I don't want to say lighter side of it, but clearly compared to like a Eugene or compared to a Festus, compared to someone with split personality disorder, suffering a bit of self-doubt, a bit of depression and stuff like that. Like maybe that could be what's Nikki Cross going through at the moment? We don't know what Nikki Cross is going through. Nikki Cross is clearly going through something. So yeah, did I enjoy the character? It was never my favorite, let's put it that way. I was never offended by it. And I suppose it opens it out to a very interesting conversation of, should it be in wrestling? Well, my go-to answer would be, well, if it's in the world, then I can't see why you can't put it in wrestling. I mean, clearly there's things you wouldn't put in wrestling. Rape, for example, is in the world. You wouldn't put that in wrestling. Although... there's been times where wrestling has kind of strayed very close to those to that kind of world. You've got to kind of still keep within the parameters of providing PG content, But I think about soaps, Coronation Street, EastEnders, Days of Our Lives, all these kinds of things, They have weddings, divorces, affairs, disabilities, people that get injured that then have life-changing, disabilities, and I think that it's reflective of the world. And I see wrestling as being very similar to that. I see wrestling as being something that should be quite relatable, but then also shows some of the more extreme sides of the world. This is, for me, where I struggle when it goes supernatural. I don't mind spooky, because there are spooky things in the world. There are haunted houses. There is an uncertainty around ghosts and the paranormal, right? There's an uncertainty there. There's an intrigue there. There's a mystery there. That should be in wrestling. Intrigue, uncertainty, mystery. For me, when we're, shooting fireballs or, whatever, burning people alive and then they're magically getting restored, this to me is where I'm like, okay, yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. But, that's a conversation we've had many times. But I would actually like to see that. I would like to see someone that was winning that then start losing and then start struggling with like a bit of depression and a bit of self-doubt. I suppose we saw it a bit with Happy Corbin going to Broke Corbin. Do you remember that? And he was like really down on his luck and he was really struggling. I think I'd like to have fleshed that out a bit more. I still think that's one of the best times we had with Corbin. That was one of the most interesting times, was when he was down on his luck. I think I'd like to see that, because I think Oh, how long was I muted for? Oh, the whole stream, hour and 20 minutes. hour and 20 minutes of muted. No, I was just saying that for me, what would you count as being a world title? What would you count as being a world title? And I would count something that was a promotion on TV. If the promotion was on TV, then it counts. But that it's not a perfect rule, you know, because you will always find an exception. But I think that if you're on TV, because AEW has been viewed around the world more than AWA. AWA was big in North America, but it didn't have the international TV deals. It didn't have the international reach, you know, that we were seeing from AEW. I mean, like, AWA was not selling out Wembley, but AEW did. So for me, like, there's not really a hard and fast rule. There's not really a rule to say that. Like, this can be the world champion. This can't be a world champion that's recognized. But for me, I think TV plays a big part of that, and your reach. I was talking about how there's a new promotion in Stourbridge called Bridge Wrestling. They're on YouTube. I've been checking out some of their videos. They're as indie as indie gets. They've done one show, right? But they're from my hometown, and they're new. And Millie McKenzie was in the main event. And I was watching them, and like, if they had a world championship, the Bridge World Championship, would that count? Of course it wouldn't. Of course it wouldn't. They play to like 30 people, right? So it's that's not going to count. So for me, where's the line? Where's the parameter? I think if you can get network TV or you can get onto TV, then I think that's a good starting point. I can't say that's it, but I would say it's a starting point. Maybe then a little bit has to be in, like, how long you've been around for. Because you might be a flash in the pan. You know, you might be like World of Sport. I mean, they tried to bring World of Sport back, didn't they? It only lasted like a season or two. And then it was gone. So if you'd have been world champion in World of Sport, and that was on ITV TV here, should that count? It was TV, but it didn't stick around very long. So would that count? I mean, I would say no, but it was on TV. So this is where it gets a bit tricky. This is where it gets a bit muddy as to what counts as a world title, what doesn't count as a world title. But I think TV is definitely a very good starting point. So by that parameter, AEW should definitely count. AEW should definitely, if you've been AEW champion, I can't see why that shouldn't count towards your world title reigns. Which, by the looks of that Wikipedia page, would actually change some of those numbers. I've got it. I enjoyed the Game Awards. It was good yesterday, said Hassan. Good. I didn't see who won what. I don't really know much of what's going on in the world of gaming, other than Grand Theft Auto is, and this is breaking news, it's coming out, guys. It's coming out in 2025. And there's a lot of excitement around it. Even my brother's like, I might get a PlayStation just so I can play that game. I'm like, it's not coming out for ages. And he's like, I know. And he doesn't even play games. So even he has been got by the bug of wanting to get a PlayStation 5. So, and they've just come out with the new Slim version, haven't they? So yeah, I don't really know much about what's happening in gaming other than Grand Theft Auto. I do regret there was, and I mentioned this before, on Steam, you could get Borderlands, Borderlands 2, Borderlands 3, Borderlands the pre-sequel, and then Tales from Borderlands, and then all this downloadable content. I think it's like hundreds of pounds, and for Black Friday it was 40 quid. 40 quid for all of that. And for some reason, and I'll never know why, and I might go to my grave kicking myself about it, I didn't get it. Well, I do know why. I ain't got time. That's why. But, you know, one day I might retire, and then I might be like, do you know what? I'll play that Borderlands thing. I always think that way. I'm like, yeah, well, you know, when I retire, I'll watch that film. When I retire, I'll play that game. I've got a lot to do when I retire, to be honest. But sadly, there's no plans on retiring anytime soon. What would mean Ring of Honor doesn't count because they're not on TV, said Travis. Yeah, well, I wouldn't count Ring of Honor. No, I don't think Ring of Honors would count for me as a world title. I think they're the king of the indies. I think they're about as good as you get before you then kick on to go into one of the major, like, you know, that's a feeder for Impact. It's a feeder for AEW. It's a feeder for TNA back in the day, feeder for WWE. Obviously, we saw Kevin Owens, Seth. We saw people come out of Ring of Honor and then go to NXT. So it on the totem pole, it's below NXT. It's quite a distance away from WWE main roster. Even back in the day, I mean, it's even further away now. I'd say it's more irrelevant now than it was back then. Back then, it had some great talent: Nigel McGuinness, Daniel Bryan, all that kind of stuff. For me personally, no, that's not a difficult one for me. That doesn't count. But maybe to some people it does. But for me, that's like the king of the indies. That's like if you're in Ring of Honor, you are literally on the verge of going to the big leagues. But really, if we're talking about world championships and we're talking about world championships that should count, then for me, it's only the big leagues that should really count. Your New Japans, your WWEs, your, I think, Impacts, TNAs. I think that counts as big league. Clearly, WCW. It gets messy once you go to the territories. Once you get to the territories, like the Vern Gagne one's a tricky one. I think that's a tricky one. Like, that was just a territory. I mean, like, you had the NWA World Champion. So, like, AWA, I know, was outside of the NWA, but that's a tricky one, that one. But yeah, personally, I wouldn't count Ring of Honor, but I'm sure there's many that would. Bora said, do you think Randy will win the 15th world title and surpass the second place he shares with Triple H? If so, when do you think that 15 will come? I think he will. I don't think it will be anytime soon. I think that 12 months at the very least, probably not even then. I think that there's so many people around at the moment that need world title reigns because Roman has just held the world title ransom for so long that, you know, with Cody needs to finish his story. Sami is someone that I think would really benefit from, you know, kind of finishing his story, if you will. Drew is desperate to get back to, you know, winning a world title. He's never won it in front of fans. So, like, you know, there's a whole story there. Damien's got money in the bank. Seth's got the title at the moment. Gunther's on the verge of, you know, dropping the Intercontinental and being a world champion level star. So, I mean, it's just so... CM Punk came back. So it's just so congested. It's very difficult to see where you would slot Randy Orton in, but I don't know if Cody beats Roman and then Randy beats Cody. I mean, that is definitely one way you could do it. So this is why the back end of 2024 is where you might think, well, we could take the title off Cody towards the back end of 2024, and maybe he wins it back at WrestleMania 41. You could go down that road. So for that reason, or you could do SummerSlam, of course. But I don't know how confident I would be that they're going to do that. They might want to give Cody like a good run. It might be that he wins it at 40 and defends it successfully at 41. And so if Randy's not going to be anywhere around that belt, well, the other belt has got so many people chomping at it. It's hard to get Randy in there. So I do think he wins another one, but I wouldn't be holding your breath anytime soon. I think that Randy's come back and there's lots of matches for him to have. There's lots of things for him to do. Another world championship is, I think, something we can do, but I don't know how high up the agenda it actually is. Steven said, Days, you may disagree. I understand Roman has a big family and needs rest, but he is the WWE champion. It's about money. He's never retained on his own. Yeah, I think in regards to that, Roman is... I don't disagree. I mean, like, I think he has retained on his own. I think, didn't he beat, like, Riddle on his own? I think he has beaten people on his own. But I get your point. A lot of those big matches are matches that have had outside interference, like Sami, like Cody, like the Kevin Owens matches, like Drew. So I totally get your point. I think that he is a heel. I think that he is someone that you're not necessarily meant to respect. I've said before as well, it's not Roman's fault that he is doing this. It's WWE's fault. That's where the blame should be. Because a lot of people don't respect Roman because he cheats. I sort of feel a little bit different. I respect Roman in the sense of he won the title in 2020 and no one has been able to get it off him, right? Now, regardless of how he's done that, he's done that. And no one else has been able to do that in the modern age. He is on the verge of replacing Hulk Hogan as like the 4th longest reigning champion. So for me, he has done something that other people have not been able to do. Other people could have cheated. Other people could have had outside interference. Other people could have found ways to keep that title and keep themselves on top, but they didn't. They didn't find those ways. He did. He has. He's got that support, and it's helped him. Now, if WWE want to stop this, they easily could have turned around and said, if there's any outside interference, then, you'll be disqualified. And if you're disqualified, you'll lose the title. And we want Bloodline banned from ringside. WWE at any point could have put that in place. There's been enough outside interference where I don't get why people don't question why WWE haven't done anything about it. WWE are all right with it. WWE are all right with it because Roman brings ratings and makes them money. So WWE haven't put any rules in place saying that Roman should lose the title if he gets DQ'd or that Bloodline aren't allowed to be at ringside. So in many ways, WWE are allowing Roman to get away with what he's been getting away with. It's down to the baby faces to figure out how they counter it. It's not my fault the baby faces are too stupid to rock up and think they can beat Roman one-on-one when time after time after time we've seen that's not going to be the case. If you're a babyface and you've got a match with Roman and you think you can beat him on your own, you're an idiot. You don't deserve the title. You're too stupid to be champion. I mean, you're an idiot. Oh, no, if I had a match with Roman after I'd finished pooping myself, first thing I'd do is call people up and be like, right, I need you to deal with Solo. I need you to deal with Heyman. I need you to deal with Jimmy. I need you just in case Jay gets involved or some other oos appears from somewhere, right? I would have plans in place. I'd have backup plans. I would have everything I could do possible to counter what I'm going to face. And what I'm going to face is outside interference from the Bloodline. And we've known that for the past 3 years. So why do we, the fans, know it's going to happen, but yet these wrestlers go in there surprised when they get cheated? Why was Cody surprised that Solo got involved? Why was LA Knight unprepared for outside interference? Why is it that these things happen and the baby faces are too stupid to work it out? So you can look at Roman and say, I don't respect him. He can't win on his own, right? That's fine if you want to look at it that way. And I understand that. But why aren't you looking at the baby faces saying, why are you so stupid? Why are you not smarter? You know, being a world champion isn't just about being the strongest or about being the best wrestler. It's about having the head smarts as well. It's about outthinking, out-strategizing. So why are all these baby faces just absolutely stupid? If you've got an issue with Roman, you've got to have an issue with the baby faces. You've got to. They're idiots. So for me, a babyface needs to sort themselves out, have a good, effective counter for the Bloodline and the outside interference. They obviously need to be better than Roman as well, but we've seen a few times that some of the baby faces seemingly are, and And so it's down for them to get the job done. So for me, Roman is someone that I think people are frustrated with. I think they're frustrated with us seeing the same finishes all the time. I think Roman is the one that I see a lot of people having a go at, but it's not really his fault. He's just doing whatever it takes to keep himself on top. He's doing whatever it takes to keep himself champion, and WWE are allowing it. They're the ones that could easily ban the bloodline. They could easily say you'll lose the title if you get disqualified. We've done that before. That's not a different out-of-the-box rule. That's a rule we've used before. Title changes hands on a disqualification. So, you know, if they are going to allow this, then it's hard to blame Roman for it, I think. So I want to see a babyface that's got something about them. I want to see a babyface that's not stupid, step up and counter the bloodline and take this title away from Roman. But no one's been able to do that yet. I mean, maybe it is a harder task than it seems. And I did like Drew. I mean, Drew wiped out the bloodline the night before Clash of the Castle. Wiped out Sami, wiped out the Usos. They weren't there. They didn't travel. And so it seemed like it was going to be Drew, Roman, one-on-one, Clash at the Castle. I've got respect for Drew on that because Drew had a counter. He dealt with the bloodline. And then, of course, we get the debut of Solo, which I can't blame Drew for because you know, you can't... That I could understand that being one that you didn't consider. I can understand that being one that you go, I didn't see that coming, man. I should have seen it coming, but I didn't see it coming. I can understand that. So I've actually got respect for Drew. I think Drew was really unfortunate at Clash to not get over the line, but a lot of them are just flipping idiots. I think Brock just thought he was good enough to just beat them all, smash them all, don't need anyone's help. I'll deal with it. This ain't a problem. But, you know, he couldn't get the job done. Cody, I think, was far too naive going in. But this is where you could build it as a story. You know, Cody can say that he's prepared this time. He knows what he needs to do. He knows that it's not going to be one-on-one. It's never one-on-one with the bloodline and that there's plans in place. Don't reveal what those plans are, but there's plans in place. And maybe this is the lesson that Cody learned. Last year, it went wrong because he wasn't prepared. He might have been good enough, but he wasn't prepared. Is he going to be prepared this time around? Is he going to have a counter for Solo and Jimmy and any other Usos that arrive? So, yeah, it's an interesting conversation. It's one we have had before on a stream at some point. But for me, I just think that there's quite a bit of blame that can be shared around, not just at Roman. Days, how would you rank the big leagues, including New Japan, says HJ? Well, I think I think I'd do it by popularity. I mean, popularity, but also prestige. So I feel like New Japan, you know, I mean, that's been around for what, 50 years, like long time, late 70s, 80 kind of ballpark. When did New Japan start? I mean, it's 70 something is my guess. 70 something, late 70s. 72. So earlier than I thought. I was going to say 78, 72. So New Japan going all the way back to the 70s, and it's still being it's the biggest promotion in Japan, and it's one of the biggest promotions in the world. I don't know quite where it sits on the rankings, whether it's like third, if it's above TNA, if it's just below TNA. I feel like WWE is clearly number one. For me personally, I think I might put New Japan at 2. Then I would probably have AEW at 3. And then I would probably put Impact at 4. And then I might put like one of the Mexican promotions, like a AAA or a CMLL. I might put them in next place. I might put both of them in next place. And then I might get to MLW. Is that on TV? I don't know if MLW is on TV. And I think there's you've got Noah and Dragon Gate, but I'm not sure as to what their situation is. It's difficult to know how many in Japan kind of qualify. It's not really anything in Europe. I mean, you know, in this country we got Rev Pro, but I class that as an indie. WXW, I class that as an indie. Progress, I class that as an indie. I mean, there's nothing really in Europe that's competing. We don't have like a New Japan. We don't have an AEW. It's probably why when they come over here, the tickets sell so well. It feels like there's a void, but a lot of people have tried to fill that void and they've not succeeded. So even though there feels like there's a void, NXT UK clearly didn't work. If NXT UK had worked, they would have kept it. So that clearly wasn't working. So NXT UK wasn't doing it. We've seen Progress give it a good go. WXW in Germany has given it a good go. Rev Pro have got good relationships with AEW and New Japan. That hasn't seemingly worked. There's a lot, you know, there's a lot that have tried. No one's really cracked it. Apart from, you know, back in the day in the 60s and the 70s when it was massive in the UK with Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks and Rollerball Rocker and all of those. But, yeah, I think WWE, I would put New Japan at second. I just think it's got the history. It goes back to 72. You know, we're talking about, this is what AEW was kind of birthed from. It came from New Japan. And, you know, you think about some of the former champions and things that have gone on over there. I think All Japan is still around as well. But again, I'm not sure of what their TV situation is. So just as a rough ballpark, I would go WWE, New Japan, AEW, Impact. Then I'd be looking at CMLL, AAA. Don't know if MLW qualifies. That would be the question mark. Ring of Honor doesn't count for me. Progress doesn't count. WXW doesn't count. I don't know that Noah or Dragon Gate would count either, to be honest. And then out of that, I think we're out of the big leagues. I mean, I'm not aware of anyone else. I'm not aware of any other major promotions that are out there. Who is it that's got that list? Is it Cage Match? Cage Match tend to have a list. Let's have a look at Cage Match. Is it Cage Match? Or is it Wrestling Observer? There's one that's got... who is it? There's someone that's got a list of the champions at the side of the current champions listed at the side of the website. And it's got like... But it doesn't just count all the... Well, it'll have all the majors, but it's got some of the minor leagues as well and mixed in with it. That's a nice little list of like all the promotions. But to be honest, I don't think I've missed anyone. I mean, I suppose you got NWA. NWA is an interesting one because of their history. You know, if you win that title, does that count in 2023? That's a tricky one, isn't it? It used to count. Does it count in 2023? I haven't got a TV deal at the moment. But can it live off its history? Oof. That's a tricky one. That would, for me, that would be below Impact, clearly. May even be below CMLL and AAA in the modern day. Oh, would it count, though? Would it count in 2023? I think they're going to go onto the CW Network app. And they're on YouTube, but... I don't think it does count in 2023 if you're the NWA World Champion. The fact that I can't even tell you who it is right now is probably not a good sign. I know that it was Tyrus, and I think EC3 had it. But I don't actually know who it is right now. It was Nick Aldis for the longest time. Jennifer said, who do you think's going to dethrone Finn and Damien for the tag titles? I'm hoping for a true tag team. And that team is Pretty Deadly. Yes, boy! Well, Pretty Deadly, I like them. They're a true tag team. They've been together a long time. They are heels, though, and I'm not sure they're going to get the belt off Judgment Day. I feel like it'll probably be a face team. So, I don't know. We're building up DIY. DIY might be the pick. Ciampa's been on the main roster a little while. Johnny, not so long. But I could see a face team getting it and then Pretty Deadly getting it from the face team. So I think Pretty Deadly will get it eventually. But if I was to make a pick right now, I would go with, I think I'd probably go DIY. Trying to think if there's any other face teams. I mean, you could go Alpha Academy, but I don't think they're really looking to go back to Alpha Academy. They're kind of keeping them busy, unless they're just keeping them busy until it's time to put the belts back on them. But at the moment, I think they're just keeping them a bit busy. So yeah, I'm gonna go DIY. I'm gonna go DIY. Creeds have got a great shout in the future, but they've only been on the roster like 5 minutes. They're definitely ones for the future, as are Pretty Deadly. There's some good teams around at the moment. Good teams. Creeds are just unreal, said Corvo. Got there. Amin said, Days, why did Drew change and become a bad guy? He got frustrated, didn't he? It's a good story because he's saying that, like, he can't believe that everyone's just allowing Jay to, be accepted. I mean, he blames the Usos. I mean, really, it wasn't Jay that cost him the title, to be honest. At Clash at the Castle, it was Solo. But he sees it as the Bloodline. He sees it that the Bloodline as a collective cost him the title. Certainly made it harder for him in the run-up to Clash at the Castle. So he's not willing to forgive any members of the Bloodline. He hates them all. He hates Roman. He hates Solo. He hates Jimmy. He hates Jay. And nothing's changed in that. So for him, he's getting frustrated at seeing these people forgiving Jay. And so he is getting frustrated. Then he had to see Seth give Jay a title opportunity. What? A world title opportunity. And like you can just see that he's just snapping, basically. He's just getting more frustrated. I think it's good for his character. I think the babyface thing was a bit stale. Him coming down with the swords, I don't think it was really connecting with everyone. It was not something I was feeling very passionate towards. I think he's a good heel. He's a good heel. It brings out a good side in him. The face side, I think when he's face, he can come across as a little cringe. He's a bit cringy when his face. He comes out with a few lines that you go, oh. But as a heel, he just seems to get the tone right as a heel. So I prefer him as a heel. I think it suits him better. Some people are naturally suited to being better heels or being better face, like Charlotte. Charlotte's a heel. Don't know why we tried to make her a face. She's a heel all day, every day, twice on a Sunday. Heel, 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 heel. She's a Flair. She's a heel. I don't know why she's a face. She can get away with it in the sense of it's not like a disaster, but it's not as good. It's nowhere near as good. I would argue MJF in AEW is a heel. Can sort of get away with him being a face. There's people that enjoy it, but for me, he's so much better as a heel. Heel is what he should be. That's his comfort zone. That's where he excels. That's where he does his best work. So, and the same with Charlotte as well. So, and maybe The Miz. I mean, I don't mind this little face turn for The Miz. It's interesting. But Miz just feels like a natural heel. Some people just feel like a natural heel. I think Drew's that way. I feel Drew's better as a heel than he is as a face. Arlene said also, Jay had so many apologies for Randy, but didn't apologize to Drew. That would have sent me over the edge too, says Arlene. Stu said, I've got an early Christmas gift, a massive chair shot. Dark Angel said, Drew is recreating Ziggler's It Should Have Been Me. It should have been me. That's good. I think it's working. I like it. Alvaro said, who is the secret NXT superstar? Any ideas? We touched on that earlier because people were talking about it. I was like, is there a secret star tonight? But as was pointed out, there is one advertised for this United States tournament. I think there's a few it could be. I think Axiom, Nathan Frazier, Carmelo Hayes, Trick Williams, Bron Breakker. I mean, it could be any of those. I don't know that we're going to see them or find out about them this week. There's been nothing advertised that we're going to find that out this week. But yeah, I think there's a few that are in the running because there's a few that are knocking on the door and are ready to get called up. I mean, Bron Breakker's been ready months. You could say Carmelo has been ready for months. I don't think it'll be Ilya because he's the NXT champ and he's got his plate full. But like Carmelo is sort of free to do something like that. I mean, they're all going to want to do it because you're getting onto SmackDown. Who's not going to want that opportunity? So, you know, Carmelo, even if he is involved in a story at the moment with Trick, that doesn't matter. If SmackDown comes calling, you know, that's the priority. Same with Ilya, but Ilya is a little different. I don't know that you'd put the NXT champ into a tournament for the United States Championship. I think he is a real exception that's got his plate pretty full. So I'm not expecting Ilya, but really short of that, I mean, yeah, it really could be anyone else. Could be anyone. Could be Braun, could be Von, could be Carmelo, could be Trick, could be Tyler Bate, could be Axiom, could be Nathan Frazier. Could be Noam Dar. I mean, it really could be anyone like that. I don't think it'll be Oro Mensah. I don't think it'll be Miles Bourne or Drew Gulak. I don't think it'll be anyone like that. I think it's got to be someone that's kind of near the top. Someone that's knocking on the door of SmackDown anyway. And I think your Tricks, your Carmelos, your Brons, your Vons, all of them are knocking on the door. So, and Tyler Bate, it wouldn't shock me if Tyler Bate got called up. I mean, this guy has been in developmental since 2017. So, I mean, he's been around for 6 years. I mean, he was around before NXT UK was a thing. He was then around all during NXT UK. NXT UK has been gone since, I want to say, August of 2022. It's been gone for like a year and a half. So, like, and he's, you know, in NXT. I don't know if we're waiting for him to be like NXT champion and to have a title run. I mean, again, I don't know that's in the works for him. It could very easily be that, you know, we're taking Butch out of Brawling Brutes and we're going to put Tyler Bate with Butch, and we could use this tournament as a way of kind of introducing people to Tyler Bate that maybe haven't seen him yet. So it could be Tyler Bate. So there's a whole plethora of people that it could be. LS Dub, hello. Hope you are well, my friends. Endeavour sponsors Westminster dog shows. Let's go. What if we ever get Akia and Days showing off how much she can eat? Oh, God, she's fat. And barking and murdering people who give Days the stink eye. Do you know what? My cousin is really concerned about coming round because we do the family Christmases around here. Like my mum's side and my dad's side both come round to ours. And we have like everyone come round. So, I mean, there's like a good 30, 40 people in the house it'll be December 27th. So whatever is meant to happen on the 27th stream-wise ain't happening. It's the one day in the year where I just cannot do the streams because, well, for starters, my computer, all this gets packed away. So last year as well, I think it fell on a good day last year, though. I don't know that we missed the stream. We might have. But I don't remember it being a Raw or a SmackDown. It won't be this time. I think it's AEW. I think the 27th is a Wednesday. So I don't think we can do AEW that day. But to be honest, even if it was Raw or SmackDown, I can't do it because everyone comes round on the 27th. So, but my cousin's really concerned because every time he comes round, she goes like barking at him. She won't back down. She doesn't go for him or anything, but she's just, and he's like trying to like step away. She's like constant. You're like, no, come on, it's all right. She's fine with everyone else. We find it hilarious. He does not. So he's a little bit concerned. She's a big dog, man. She's a big dog. She's a good-sized dog. She's a German Shepherd, and she's on the bigger end of German Shepherds because she's fat. So she's like, proper goes off. So, yeah, I think she could put on quite the show, to be honest, if we was to enter that. We did a watch-along for that once. That was a lot of fun. The dog show. Big Time said, somehow Edge versus Christian, big names in a title match in Montreal, managed 8-2-3, down from 8-5-8. To say this is the definition of insanity is an understatement. You will miss out on Dynamite, said Alvin. Well, I'm out. There is nothing I can do with that. Nothing I can do. It's one of those that's just one of those. As I said, you know, the family are coming round. Christmas Day for me, we're streaming on Christmas Day. Because really, I suppose my Christmas is going to be that 27th instead. I think even my dad is still at work and everything. So, you know, he'll be round and everyone will be round. My brother will be round. And so 27th is I've got no choice. It's a no. I can't even do it. Even if I wanted to. There's going to be people that will be talking to me, family members. This will all be packed away. So just be aware. Just be aware. There's nothing I can do about that. But we're here for Raw on Christmas Day. We're here for SmackDown. We're here for NXT. We're here for everything else. So, yeah, okay. AEW has to take a hit for a week. I'm sure we'll live. I'm sure we'll survive. Philip said, do you think WWE should bring back one-day tournaments like they used to? Well, I liked King of the Ring. I would bring it back, but I think that you only need the semi-finals and the final. I think that you can use Raw and SmackDown. I actually think, and I've said it before, I think there should be a knockout tournament where everyone, except for the world champions, so except for Seth and Roman, everyone else should be in it. Every eligible fit male wrestler should be in the tournament. And if you win, you're through. If you lose, you're out. And everyone is in it. No exceptions. So we are really going to get everyone on TV. We're going to, do a massive tournament. And the winner gets to choose. Do you want to face Roman? Do you want to face Seth? And the semi-finals and the final take place at a King of the Ring. You can do the exact same with the women. Semi-finals and the final take place at, maybe you call it the Coronation, WWE the Coronation, or WWE whatever, Champion Crowned, or whatever. I don't know. I wouldn't call it King and Queen of the Ring. I think that's a bit too wordy. But yeah, I don't know what you'd call it, but I think that there is definitely a place for that. But I would go big. I would go really big. Everyone on the main roster, including those in tag teams, just everyone. What about R-Truth? Yes. What about Akira Tozawa? Yes. What about, I don't know, everyone? Unless you're Wade Barrett, who's a commentator. If you're an active wrestler on the main roster, everyone. Of course, if you're injured, no. But and then whittle it down, get down to the semi-finals, do a pay-per-view where you do both the semi-finals and the final. See, the problem is if you do like old school King of the Ring, you do always run the risk of someone getting injured. You do always, and also, I think you're asking people to wrestle 3 times. Like, they've got to do quarterfinal, semi-final, and final. So you're asking people to wrestle 3 times within, a couple of hours, which I can't see that resulting in good matches. I can't see that being a positive, good thing. I can't see that being something that's going to provide a good show, So if you want the best show possible, I think then you are going to need to limit it to semi-finals and final. I like semi-finals because, that means you don't quite know what the final's going to look like. It could be this and this, or it might be that and that, or it could be that and that. So it provides a bit of speculation. If you just did the finals, you're taking the mystery away, I think you need a little bit of mystery. You need a little bit of, it could be this and this, but what if it's that and that? Right, here we go. We've got a big crowd. Tribute to the troops. Very vocal. Loud USA chants. USA, USA, USA. Right, so we are up and running. I don't know what we're starting with. Is it... Oh, we're going to start with the... God Bless America is what we're starting with. We just had some CGI warplanes. That's kind of fun. And scary. Right, here's War and Treaty. 2-time Grammy Award nominees. I don't know them, but normally I look at these people and I think they look a bit cringe. And I'm looking at you, Bad Bunny. These two look classy. Okay, yeah, kind of in line with what I was expecting. Okay, he can sing. I don't know if he's War or if he's Treaty, but he can sing. I'm looking forward to hearing her. Randy and Ted DiBiase competed a few times at WrestleMania 4. Said that's what she said. They did. They did a tournament at WrestleMania 4, and obviously we've had King of the Rings. Big one's got to be the Wrestling Classic, though. I mean, the Wrestling Classic... I think Randy competed like 4 times at the Wrestling Classic. That was just a one-day tournament. That was a one-show tournament. She's got a great voice, isn't she? I actually don't know. I don't think I've heard this song before. Unless it's like a different version. Wow, do you know what? It does make a difference when you bring on celebrity guests that have got talent. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. The crowd are cheering and they actually mean it. USA, USA. Even I feel American now. Yeah! Let's go and invade Iraq again. Yeah! Let's go. I'm all pumped up. We're coming for you, Afghanistan. We've got servicemen in the background of the commentators. JBL is... Where's JBL here? Where's Corey Graves? Corey Graves hates the troops. Breaking news. I'm gonna tweet that out. Where is Corey Graves? Does he hate America? Crying face. Crying face, crying face. Perhaps he hates War and Treaty. He does. Breaking news, Corey Graves hates America. God bless America, said Justin. JBL invented tribute to the troops. JBL created tribute to the troops. JBL on commentary, I was already not excited about this episode, said Holly. Championship tournament, first round. I heard made WWE do tribute to the troops. It's JBL, says Mitchell. I don't mind JBL. Here's Santos. Jay has just tweeted yeets. Oh, I wonder if they've done a deal. Santos versus Dragon Lee is going to be our first one. JBL sucks major jingle balls, says Your Nightmare. Gavin said, if WWE asked you to enter the Royal Rumble as a special guest, would you do it or would you rather stream? I would do both. So if I got asked to enter the Royal Rumble, I would definitely do it, right? Because I hate non-wrestlers in wrestling. because I don't think they should be going over wrestlers. Like, this, wrestlers are highly trained, right? But that's what the Rumble's for, innit? Is like surprises. And like, if you have like a celebrity come out at a Rumble, I can tolerate that. I mean, what's a Rumble? A Rumble is like people trying to throw each other at the top rope. I mean, there's not a great deal of skill involved. Clearly, I ain't throwing anyone over the top rope, so I'd get eliminated quick. I would do my best Luke Bushwhacker impersonation, where he came bushwhacking down, got in the ring, was immediately thrown out, and then just bushwhacked his way to the back again. But yeah, when they ask me, right, what I'll do is I'll be backstage streaming like this, and then I'll get called down, and I'll be like, excuse me, guys. And then I'll go. I'll immediately get chucked out, and then I'll come back going, wow, have I got a story to tell you? I could do both. And maybe whilst I'm in, I could have like a camera where I try and stream at the same time. Right, Dragon Lee making his way down. Days AEW is handing out fines to wrestlers expressing frustrations online. Good. So they should. They should have done that from the start. Right, Dragon Lee and Santos, Bobby and Karrion is the bracket over on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, Kevin Owens was still showing, and Grayson Waller is going to take on the mystery person. Dominic coming out. He, of course, is going to be facing Dragon Lee at Deadline tomorrow. So if Grayson is facing a mystery person, the question is, who is the mystery person? Well, it's going to have to be a face. It's going to have to be a face, and it's going to have to be someone, I think, that Grayson... I don't know, would Grayson get past them? Do you reckon it's just going to be a little showcase? Or do you think Grayson will be beaten? Do you think it'll be an upset? Grayson, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Grayson definitely could get beaten and then made to look a fool as this face progresses. Or it could be that Grayson just beats, like, you know, a Tyler Bate. So it could be a Tyler Bate, or it could end up being someone that's actually got a bit of size to him, like a Von Wagner. Imagine Grayson in the ring gloating, I've got this, it doesn't matter. And then Von comes out. Von's got a good size to him. You could imagine Grayson looking at Von coming down the ring going, oh my God. I think I'm leaning to Von, you know. I think I'm leaning to Von. I can see that in my mind. I can see Grayson standing in the ring with Von Wagner making his way down the ring, and Grayson like... Escobar goes over in the corner. Mello, said Adam. Could be Mello. Stone 954, he said, what a 24 hours it can be for Dragon Lee. He moves closer to winning a US title, and then tomorrow he could be North American champion. Well, we are underway with Santos versus Dragon Lee. Dominic Mysterio, of course, has made his way down, and you can see all the service people in the front rows. Lots of people in uniform. It's an interesting one, this. It's a bit of a mixed bag, isn't it? I mean, it's a big show. It's a big show with lots going on, and we've got all the servicemen around ringside. Servicemen and women. Service people. Kick out there by Dragon Lee. I want to see a SmackDown crowd react to Trick Williams' entrance, says Daniel. Big Time said part of the reason is because there's a dark cloud looming over the company with so many people throwing ammunition, even taking pictures of hard cams at AEW for struggling. Joe said, I love JBL on commentary. Underused. Goes up to the outside. I don't mind him on commentary. I think I think he's a good commentator, but I think that I like his relationship with Michael Cole as well. But he's got a reputation, hasn't he, for being a bit of a backstage bully. So I don't think that he is the most widely appreciated person in the world. Let's put it that way. Undercover Manager said, I think a hard brand split would allow more people to get TV time, as you would need bigger rosters. Do split pay-per-views and combine for the big 4 or 5. Introduce another title for SmackDown and have Roman as champion overall. CM Punk versus Roman Reigns. That was in his younger days. Nothing says USA like starting with 2 Mexican wrestlers, said Zachary. Yeah, that's a good point. USA. It's the land of opportunity. The Christmas edition of Raw is just going to be highlights like last year. Oh, is it? Have they announced that? Have they said that? It's just highlights. Oh, that's a shame. Well, we're still doing it. We'll still be here. I mean, I suppose they're probably thinking to themselves that people ain't going to tune in. No one's tuning in on Christmas Day. Well, some of us are. Some of us are, actually. Do you think Austin will show up, said Suzanne. Austin Theory? Tonight, on this show, he could do. I mean, he's not scheduled. He's on next week's show. I think they're doing the left-hand side of the bracket this week, the right-hand side next week. But, yeah, you know, it might be that we find out opponents in a little backstage thing or something, if that's who we're referring to. Did you see the viral video of the BBC reporter sticking up the middle finger, not knowing she was on air? I did, yes. It's not really much to say about it, is there? I mean, she didn't know. She got caught out. I haven't seen any comment on it, to be honest. I haven't seen anyone really talking about it. I mean, it's just a moment in it. I don't know. I don't think anyone's calling for her to lose her job or anything. People are probably just laughing at it. And it's probably a bit awkward for her. And someone's probably said, how about you don't do that anymore? But, yeah, I saw it. Roddy said the 25th Raw needs the Godfather coming out saying ho, ho, ho. LA Knight tonight, says the man. Is it worth going to one of the house shows for the road to WrestleMania, says Matthew. I would say so. I mean, what you're probably not going to see is like a title change. But it's a different sort of show because it's more relaxed. Those are the sort of shows where, you know, you might get like some little back and forth with the referee. They do some sort of spots that you won't see on TV. You know, for example, Jessica Carr stunned Sami at a house show, actually hit him with the stunner. I mean, I don't know that you'll ever see that on TV. And I've seen segments where, you know, they've done like some little comedy bits that, again, just kind of a lot of crowd interaction as well, a lot of back and forth between the wrestlers and the crowds, and a lot of like people signing stuff in the front rows, a lot of the wrestlers signing bits and bobs and whatever. Again, you don't really see that so much. I mean, I know that they did for that kid the other week, but really the wrestlers aren't going out there with pens signing stuff for people. But you get a lot more of that at house shows if you're in the front row. So, yeah, I mean, I think if you want to see the stars, you want to see the wrestlers in person, you want to have a good night out, be entertained. I mean, they're still entertaining, even though you're not going to potentially not see any title changes. It doesn't mean that they're not worth going to, you know? I think there's a lot of fun things that have gone down at house shows over the years. Be a good video, actually. 10 great house show moments that you never saw on Raw or SmackDown, kind of a situation. Up on the shoulders, Dragon Lee. Oh, back elbow there by Santos. So yeah, I would definitely recommend it. I've always enjoyed the house shows. Wrestle Andy said, what do you think CM Punk's going to say tonight? Well, I think he's going to basically introduce himself to the SmackDown crowds. Obviously, they're going to know who he is, but this is... They've got 2 big shows, WWE. He's already appeared on one. It's a bit of a no-brainer that you put him on the other as well. So I think it's kind of a bit of a continuation. In a way, it's a bit like... Do you remember when Vince appeared on Raw and SmackDown to sort of say his goodbye? It wasn't really much to those segments. I mean, there wasn't really much to them. I'm not expecting much to this. I'm not expecting it to really set up anything. I think it would be good to tease him and Roman in the future. I think Heyman interrupting makes a lot of sense for this show. And what their history as well. I think that would make it a bit more engaging. You sort of need to do a segment where nothing really happens, but it's still satisfactory. And it's a hard segment to book. That's why putting Heyman in with it would make a lot of sense. Because even though it might not actually lead to anything, you can still create a moment. You can still create, like, you know, oh my God, look at these two again. Because obviously Heyman used to manage. He used to be a Heyman guy. There's a lot of history between them two, betrayals and everything. So I think I would definitely look at something like that. I wouldn't be expecting much. Maybe he announces for the Rumble. Maybe. You know, if you really wanted, if you're stuck and you really need something, then we've already seen Cody announce. So you could have CM Punk use this to announce. Santos gets another win. Santos eliminates Dragon Lee. Dominic wasn't looking that impressed. So Santos Escobar picks up the victory. The Emperor of Lucha Libre. So Dragon Lee is out. He will face the winner of Bobby Lashley or Karrion Kross. So Bobby against Karrion. Winner faces Santos Escobar. Dominic gets in the ring. Dominic is here. There's no Mommy. There's no Finn. There's no Damien. There's no JD. Or at least not at the moment. He's standing over Dragon Lee, holding up that North American Championship. Dominic jumps out the ring. The crowd continue to boo. So Dominic, with that North American Championship, he defends that championship tomorrow. Highlight of the night. Bit early, isn't it? Bit early for highlight of the night, isn't it? 19 minutes in. I don't know. It could be the singing. It could be the Santos getting the win. It's been a big 19 minutes. It could be when Corey Graves revealed that he hates America. Can I watch WWE with Peacock? Well, you can, but only the old shows. You can't watch the current shows. Alex, shout out to you. Gig Worker, shout out to you, my friends. Letting me know that we had those technical difficulties earlier. But we came through. We overcame. We marched on. I must have just knocked it or something. It was muted on the actual microphone. So Trent was saying Randy beats Drew. Mitchell said, Days, I kind of have an epiphany. Austin Theory is this generation's Maven. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I don't know that Maven was ever really seen as being the next big star. But Austin Theory, I think, is someone that's, because of those vignettes in particular with Vince, really has kind of, and because of his size, I mean, he's got a good size to him as well. He's well built. He's definitely someone that's got that potential. He's definitely someone that's got that potential. I don't know. I'm a bit worried he might be this generation's Chris Masters. Chris Masters was built like a absolute monster, but he never got anywhere. And maybe Theory is going to be someone that struggles. Could he be like Test? You know, there's been lots of guys that have had great looks and potential, but have never kicked through. Right, we're just seeing, actually, the highlight of the night is from last week. Oh. And it's the moment where Randy was like, I'm going to sign with Smackdown exclusively. And Adam Pearce was like, oh. It was that moment. The only way the December 25th Raw is normal is if they pre-tape the show, which they could do. Have they announced yet what they're doing? I hope it's not a highlight package. I mean, if it is, it is. But I'd much rather have some new content. There was the RKO to Nick Aldis. Sorry. Paul Heyman. Call Roman. 2K23. Even stronger. There is Nick Aldis. There's Randy. Is that a fine? You've got me. Teaming with LA Knight. Why? I didn't need saving. I tell you, I didn't even know who LA Knight is until last week. Randy doesn't watch the product. You might not know LA Knight, but if you want, just know you want the bloodline and he wants the bloodline. Nick Aldis said the fine was 50,000. You've given me 100, and Randy's like, "That's for next time." That's a good line, isn't it? That's a good line. The fine was 50,000. But you've given me 100,000. It's for next time. I tell you what, if I was Nick Aldis, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I'd be like, oh, he's already paid me for what? He's going to do it again? He's going to do it again? Oh, God. That's the worst, isn't it? We've talked about that. If you're being bullied, sometimes it's not even what the bully actually does. It's like, when are they going to get you? They're going to get me, but when are they going to get me? Love that, says Big Bum. Huh? Said, I wouldn't mind if Raw did a Beat Holiday Moments Christmas night. Oh, best holiday moments on Christmas nights. Yeah, it could be all right. My preference would be new stuff, but if it's not going to be that, I would imagine it will be best of the. They've done it before where they like show pay-per-view matches. So they actually show you stuff from WrestleMania. Like they might do the triple threat. They might do Rhea Charlotte. They might do LA Knight Roman, and just fill a show with that. Could be that. I broke my foot. I dropped a Christmas tree on it, said Big Bun. I wish I was joking. Dudes, that's not what Christmas is about at all. You're not meant to break your foot, and certainly not with a Christmas tree. I'm very sorry to hear that, my friends. But it's going to make for a great story for years to come, in it. You've got a great story out of it. That's the way to look at it. Big Time said, it's not really 52 weeks a year of new content. If we take a week off for highlights, it's really not hard to tape a show. Well, I don't know if they're going to tape it or not. I don't know if they're going to tape it or not. They've done it before where they haven't. I remember Becky and Michael Cole doing a highlight show before. So, yeah. It's new content in the sense of it'll probably show matches from pay-per-views that have not been shown on TV before. So it's new in that regard, but not new content if you're someone that watches all the pay-per-views, But if you're a casual that just watches the shows, don't really go out your way to watch the pay-per-views, then you'll be seeing stuff you might not have seen before. Stuff from like Backlash, maybe the street fight between Bad Bunny and Damian Priest. Maybe the Pitch Black match. I might dig into that, Bray's only match from this year. which would be a way of talking about, obviously, the fact we lost him this year as well. I still wouldn't do it. That's not a good enough reason for me to say let's do it. I still want new content. They're not gonna talk about how Randy RKO'd Nick Aldis. Yeah, they just did. They literally just did. He got fined. Alvin says, one time back in 2017, they had a Christmas Raw, but they actually filmed it live, and the morale was reportedly low because they didn't want to be there on their holidays. Why don't they do a tape show at the Performance Center with a crowd in COVID days so it doesn't get spoiled? Why don't they do tape shows at the Performance Center with no crowds? Well, I suppose they could, but I suppose they're thinking the crowd provides an atmosphere that would be lacking. I mean, I don't yearn for no crowds again. The crowds make a massive difference. So, yeah, I don't know. I get it. I think, to be honest, it doesn't massively matter because you can do matches that get the results spoiled, but you can still put in surprises with some pretty epic backstage stuff that the crowd have not seen and has not been reported. So even like tape shows can have surprises because a lot of the backstage stuff has not been shown before. A lot of the backstage stuff won't have been seen before. So you could still provide some fun moments. Not today, Junior. Hello. Days and all the regulars, you know who you are, brackets. I've been here for about 5 or 6 years, but this is my first chat. Really? Well, it seems like it is today, Junior. Shout out to you, my friends. I love hearing from people that normally hang around in the shadows. There are definitely people that do that. There ain't no way. We get about 10,000 people that join us every single week for SmackDown, for Raw. There ain't no way there's 10,000 people in the chat, not even close. So the vast majority are the silent majority. But not today, Junior. Clearly not today. We've turned a corner. Welcome, my friend. I say welcome, but it seems like you've been here all along. Shout out to you, my friend. It's lovely to hear from you. And I would like to hear from more people. No, don't need to be super chats. I'm just saying I'd like to hear from more people. Mainly because I'm bored of this lot. I've already spoke to this lot. They're dull. I need new people. So you don't need to sit there in the shadows anymore. 2024, we're going to freshen this place up. We're bringing in some new blood. We're shipping the boomers out. We're bringing in the cool young kids. That's what it's all about. Not today, Junior. In my mind, is a young go-getter. Hip, exciting young go-getter. Not like all you boomers. Not like Trini and Sonny and William. And Hayden. Ugh. James Chadwick. Old sweary Mary. Wrestle with Andy. Boomer. Said Cody's song has got to be the best theme of this era. It is very loved. People love Seth's as well. Does my head in. But yeah. It's got to be in the running. Well, we're talking about Cody because that is exactly who is in the ring right now. Big Cody chants. Woo! Yeah! Cody. Pausing, looking out at the crowds. Big cheer for Cody. So, what do you want to talk about? Providence. We in Rhode Island. Oh, what do you want to talk about? Tonight is a special night. Tonight is WWE's Tribute to the Troops. So we got lots of little flags being waved around. I'm very proud to be part of this team, says Cody. On behalf of all of us, we would like to say thanks. So we've got Cody saying thanks to all the servicemen and women. And of course, all of you at home. So now we're going to take a look at the history of Tribute to the Troops. Let's go. I think the Christmas episode should be a mixture of a couple of the greatest matches of Raw, SmackDown pay-per-views, and then break it up with things like a tour of the warehouse, Christmas stuff, and a tour of the new offices. Oh, I like that. I like that. I'd like a tour of the new offices, actually. We've seen a couple of pictures, but we haven't really had a tour. I'd like that. That'd be good. I'd like a bit more information on WWE experience in Saudi Arabia. That kind of got shown at Survivor Series and very quickly forgotten about. What is that? What is that? What can you tell us about that, please? I mean, chances are none of us are going, but it doesn't mean that we're not interested. Doesn't mean we still don't want to know what it is. So more info on that, please. Thank you. The video is the history of Tribute to the Troops. It is. We got John Cena saying a few words. I'm from a stable called the Hips, said King Kinshasa. Nice, the Hips. Young and hip. Is that could go both ways though, couldn't it? You know, I would imagine if you're an old wrestler that's had a hip replacement, you might have a stable called the Hips. The new Hips. The new Hips. Like the new Midnight Express. So you could be young and hip, or you might be really old. It's one or the other. Right, Cody's in the ring. We're done with that little video package. Thank you. Before I go, it's my privilege. He's introducing. The United States Army Drill Team. What are you going to do? So Cody introduces a United States Army drill team. I hope there's no bullets in them guns. Spinning, twirling a couple of guns around. Just chucking a couple of guns around. Woo! Juggling with guns? Yeah! Bit of an old flash at the bicep as well. Well, as gun twirling goes, that is the best I've ever seen. The best. Yeah! Let's go. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Oh, God, who's this boomer? Brad Nesler? Pervert. Don't know who this boomer is. Someone from CBS. Don't even know what that is. Thinks it's a sexually transmitted disease. I need to be a part of that high school. We are in America. It involves guns. We're good with it, says her. Kind of odd, but I actually think it was cool. This is the most we've done for tribute to the troops in years, and these shows always feel very phoned in and not themed. Well, what I will say is, yeah, that's true, actually. So tribute to the troops is normally just like a nothing show that's very, USA, right? Fine. But this is like a pretty good SmackDown. This has got like actually matches that matter and big names on it. So I agree, like, this is probably the most high-profile tribute to the troops that we've done. The whole USA thing, I mean, listen, I lived through Hulkamania. The whole USA thing, it's just so integral to WWE. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. I do think twirling some guns around's a bit random, but... Here's Bibbs. If we don't see Sergeant Slaughter and Hacksaw Jim Duggan, we've done this show wrong. We've done it wrong. Can it even be tribute to the troops if we don't get Sergeant Slaughter and Hacksaw Jim Duggan? So, balls in your court, WWE. And I want Corporal Kirshner as well. And the Patriot. And Mr. America. Bobby. Actually, if we had Mr. America, I wonder if people would feel a bit more comfortable with cheering him. It's all a bit uncomfortable in it, but Mr. America, it's going to be a hard one for this crowd to not get behind. I wonder, this crowd would probably be fine if Hogan's music hit as well. Like, I mean, I'd be fine with it. I'd pop, but... We've spoke before about how people might be a bit, ooh, not sure how I feel. Bobby talking about his military past as well. Alvin said, have you noticed that Bibby has been wearing a jacket to the ring now? Looks good. It looks a bit Street Profitsy though, doesn't it, actually? It's in like black and gold. If you told me that, like, Bianca had played a part in making this, I'd be like, yeah, I can see that. It's a bit sparkly. Oh, I love that CGI. The CGI is sick, man. Look at the attack helicopter. I'm gonna call it an Apache. Probably not, but they've got like an Apache helicopter CGI, and it's got like the banner hanging underneath of what the next match is. This is meant to be okay, but don't treat it as facts. That's what word on the street is saying. So it's the story of the Von Erichs. The Iron Claw in theaters everywhere, December 22nd. Mitchell said, Brad Nesler is a big deal in college football commentating. The Army-Navy college football game is tomorrow, and he is a big deal here in the USA. I think he's a pedo. Dort Knight said, has anyone seen the thank you for your service, curb your enthusiasm? Larry David is a genius. I've not seen that. I do like Curb Your Enthusiasm, though. Maybe I have seen it, but I just can't remember. I haven't seen all of them. I've done, like, the first 3 or 4 seasons. So if it was in the first 3 or 4, then I've seen it, but I can't remember it. If it's in the later years, I don't think I've got to it. It's on my to-do list for when I retire, to be honest. Hayden said, thank you for your service, Bobby. You make the country so proud. James said, Orton has got a new shirt. Okay, let's have a little look at this, shall we? Let's have a little look at this. Let's have a little look and see. Dad is back. Dad is back. I like that, James. I've liked it. There's Daddy. Just a little RKO on the... oh, no, are they 2 shirts? They're 2 shirts, aren't they? Because that one's just got an RKO at the thing. But... well, what's on the back of that one? Don't understand. That can't just say RKO and that's it. I thought that that was the front and that was the back, but it's not. These are 2 different shirts. Do you know what? We can solve this. Let's go to WWE Shop. Let's go to WWE Shop. I'm in my own, I came to see. See, this is why you have to check these things out. I don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. Did we let a 8-year-old loose on Photoshop? What's gone on here? What's this? My first shirt? What the hell's this? I don't mind the RKO on the front. I thought there'd be a nice design pattern on the back. I wasn't expecting that. That's hot garbage right there. This is better. Look at this. Ain't no 12-year-olds coming up with this. It's better. I can see that someone's actually... do you reckon they needed to do 2 shirts? They were like, right, John, you've got this weekend. I need 2 shirts from you by Monday. And flipping, he's done this, spent loads of time in it. And he's gone, oh my God, the second one. What do I do for the second one? That'll do. That'll do. Yeah, I feel like one of these had a lot of work and the other one clearly did not. We've got that frame thing. I really like this shirt. I think this is great. I saw him wearing this earlier on the show. That's great. Look at the work that's gone into that. Look at the design. The art style as well. I think that's sick. I love the colour. It's like a tan. And I need a tan. I need all the help I can get. So I like that. One of them shirts is atrocious. The other one looks quite good. And the one he's wearing today, I think, is actually the best. I prefer the one he's wearing today than the Daddy's back. Sometimes, I've said before, I always look at shirts and I think, would I wear that if I went into a pub? I ain't wearing Daddy's back walking into a pub. Jesus. I ain't wearing that. So, as nice as the design is, no, I ain't buying it. But I would, the Strike First RKO one, that looks pretty cool. With the snake, it looks great. The hoodie looks good as well. Right, we've got Montez for just sharing some thoughts. The one looks like competition where a winner designed it. Do you know what? It might be, actually. It might be. It might turn out that an 8-year-old did actually design it, and then I'll be like, oh, okay. But then at least we can say, well, we thought that's what had happened. If you're telling me an actual adult was paid actual money to come up with that shirt, then I think we all need to start reconsidering what we do for a living, because that looks like the easiest gig going. I could make that shirt in 2 minutes. Pixar, I've got it on my phone. It's what I make my thumbnails with. I can make that shirt. No problem. No problem. I'd struggle with the other one. Okay, here is, I forgot what this guy's called. I haven't seen this guy in forever. You know, the black and white guy. Tony Storm, isn't it? This is Tony Storm. This is Timeless Tony Storm. Kojiko said you can suck a pig. Well, you can. I don't recommend it. Pick or a pickle. Don't do the pickle sickle. Cut pickles and do the hallelujah. Do a dance popper pala. Hula, popper, to the... I feel like Coach Co, we don't hear from Coach Co quite as much these days, but his messages seem to be getting even, and I didn't think it was possible, but even less. Even, I can't figure him out even... That's not even it doesn't even end. It ends with to the... I don't know if we're copy and pasting text. I don't know if we're using ChatGPT. I don't know if Coach Co's all right. I've always had my doubts. But I hope you have a good Christmas. I hope they're looking after you, buds. You'll have some lovely soup, won't you? Eh? bit of bread, lovely soup. You'll like that. I think they let them have soup in those kind of establishments. I'm not sure. Fresh sheets. You'll have some fresh sheets as well, won't you, bud? Shouldn't joke. He might actually be in some sort of institute, but God bless him. And I hope he has a good Christmas. He might have some visitors. Some of our community would go and visit, I'm sure. Right. Here is Karrion with a little man bun. Hello. We got a man bun on the go. Nice little, talking of people being instituted and locked away, it's lovely for Karrion to be out of catering. Kicks coming into the midsection. Karrion versus Bobby in a United States tournament first round match, said WWE fan. That is exactly what we are enjoying right now, yes. Justin said, I saw something about Punk versus Stone Cold at WrestleMania. What do you think of them apples? Well, it's one that I think Stone Cold would be interested in. It's one that CM Punk would be interested in. It's WrestleMania 40. It's an anniversary WrestleMania. It's not the match I would make. I'm not keen on it. I think Stone Cold looked limited in his match with Kevin. Understandably so. I think his movement looked laboured. I think we had to do little moments during the match to kill time, like him drinking beer on the commentary table, him driving that little cart up the entrance ramp, and then didn't they drive back down again? It ain't going to make for a great match. It ain't going to be a 5-star classic. Considering CM Punk has just come back after nearly 10 years away, I've got a healthy list of opponents that I'd like to see him go up against. But, you know, people want to see that match. It's a dream match of sorts. It's not a match I've ever really cared for. It's not a match I've ever... I don't know. In my mind, Stone Cold was just done, and he was injured, and he was broken, and there's no point thinking of dream matches for Stone Cold because, you know, he's a wreck. He's a physical wreck. You're going to need a lot of smoke and mirrors. So there's other matches I'd rather see personally, but WrestleMania is the showcase of the immortals. Sometimes you can say that, you know, it's not about match quality. You can make that argument for Hogan Andre at WrestleMania 3. It's not a great match at all, but it's still one of the most iconic moments, you know? So do you just do it for doing its sake? Maybe you do. Maybe you do. Maybe you just do it and what will be, and you just try and make it the best you can make it. Do you know what? You just try your best. So, yeah, maybe not an answer people were expecting. I think most people out there be like, oh my God, yes, we need that match. I am more like, no. His match with Kevin was all right. It was a surprise as to how much we got out of it, but I don't need to see him against CM Punk. But some do. And you know what? I learned only the other week that the world doesn't revolve around me. Turns out it doesn't. Turns out that I don't get everything I want. And other people are allowed to have nice things as well. So if we get it, we get it. I won't be down on it. It's not the match I would choose, but I wouldn't be down on it. I'd look forward to it. We'd build towards it. But yeah, that's how I feel about it. Miss Clown said, I'm currently causing sexy fun in Belfast. Are you? Miss Clown, shout out to you. Shout out to Belfast. What are you doing over there? Hey? What are you doing in Belfast? Are you at a gig? Are you visiting friends? Are you on a drinking trip? Are you strengthening relations within the United Kingdom? What's the what's the plan? Can you name a few gimmicks you would like to see be reimagined? I would like to see modern versions of Doink or Nails. Also a young Bobby the Brain manager with a stable of heels. Don't know, to be honest, because I think that you could reimagine most gimmicks from the past and they would be interesting. So, I mean, if you want to do a prisoner gimmick, you want to do a clown, you want to do a manager, Heenan family, you know, you want to do a racing car driver, you want to do a dustbinman, you want to do a dentist. I mean, I suppose in a way, you know, is Britt Baker a reimagined version of Isaac Yankem? I don't know. No, is my answer. There's not any particular gimmicks from the past that I would like to reimagine and redo. I think they've been done, and you can redo them, you know, if you want to redo a clown, but it will always be compared to Doink. If you do a clown, people will compare it to Doink, so it's going to need to be booked well. And the same with the others as well. I mean, God, could you imagine a manager with a family? Certainly if he called it a family. I've got to think that'd be compared to Bobby, and you ain't winning that war. So, no, not really. There's no gimmicks from the past that I would bring back. There's gimmicks I think you could that would be, you know, interesting to explore, but there's none that I'm campaigning for. I think you just use what you've got, to be honest. Book with what you've got and what you think people need. So rather than going, I need a clown who can fit that, look at what you've got and go, well, they, I think, could go in that direction. If it's a clown, if it's a greengrocer, if it's a fireman, whatever. If they're face, if they're heel. You're an argue there by Bibby. Miss Clown said, I saw Patrick and Nolene, and my missus is from here. Ah, I hope you sent them love. Love those guys. Spear by Bibby. Spear. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. Karrion goes back to catering. Oh, no. He just beat catering Kross. Bobby Lashley beats catering Kross. Oh dear. Bum ba ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Okay, Street Profits come out. We're having a look from last week when Charlotte got involved. Cheeky. Cheeky, cheeky. Karrion's trending, you know. Alvin said, I've got a random question. Let's go. What were your thoughts as a kid? Oh, I had lots. And thoughts now? Oh, I don't have as many. We're seeing Asuka throwing in some... pop, 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 pop. Oh, no, there's Bayley. Bayley said she wants to apologize. I've learnt my lesson. I'll stay here tonight. This is a WrestleMania rematch. Charlotte's not ready for Asuka. It's all a bit awkward, isn't it? God, they don't like her at all. Read the room, Bayley. Bayley. We're still going to be ringside. You should hang back. We'll be ringside. I don't know why she had to kill Elmo. In the background, I believe Pete Dunne is on the phone. That's quite exciting, isn't it? Looks like Pete Dunne's on the phone. He could be calling Ridge. He could be calling Sheamus. He could be calling Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate. Na 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 na. Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate. That question about what were my thoughts on NWO Wolfpack when they were around. I wasn't engaged with WCW. So WCW was something that I only had a very passing interest in. So I was WWF. WWF till I die. So WCW was just not on my radar. It was, and I would catch the odd bit, but I was not following storylines and all that kind of stuff. So my thoughts were non-existent, to be honest. I always wanted Sting to come into WWE. That was the one. I always wanted Sting. And controversially, I don't like Crow Sting as much as Surfer Sting. Surfer Sting was my favourite version of Sting. So when he went to like Crow and started to be a bit more, I don't know, Undertaker-esque, darker and in the shadows and all of that, I was like, oh. I understand, though, you have to move with the times and, you know, you couldn't stay Surfer Sting forever. We all grow and whatever, but doesn't mean that it was a change that I appreciated. I preferred the old Sting. I still do. I love Surf Sting. It's my favourite. Let's go. Big Time said, Johnny Gargano is doing nice things. He tweeted a video of him signing an action figure with a bow and a receipt on it, and he hid it behind a toy box in wherever finds it gets lucky. It's the little things. Ernest said, it was Scott Hall's idea for Sting to go Crow. R.I.P. Scott. Big Time said, Days, isn't it wild how it's already December? It is wild. It is wild. It'll be 2024 before we know it, my friends. 2024. So, yeah, it is pretty strange that we're already just weeks away from saying goodbye to this year. K-Dub said, I'm guessing Logan shows up on Raw only because it's in his hometown of the Steamers. Did you notice Butch was behind damage control calling? Someone said, Eric. We did. Dakota versus Bailey, surely by WrestleMania Night 2, says William. Sting dressed up like Eric Draven from The Crow, but spoke like the Riddler from Batman. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Who's afraid of the big black bat? The big black bar. Triple B. The Triple B. Hayden said, I hope 2024 is going to be a very awesome year. I hope it's going to suck. I hope it's the worst. Makes things more interesting, doesn't it? Imagine if everything was great. Imagine if everything was great and everyone got what they wanted. How boring. I hope it's full of sadness, disappointment, and heartache, personally. Okay. I'm a heel. I've turned heel. Right, we're seeing 2005 John Cena in Afghanistan. We're also seeing Charlotte Flair from 2016 in Afghanistan. We're seeing, where's that? Tikrit in Iraq. So we're seeing from 04 and 03 Camp Victory in Baghdad. Killeen in Texas in 2018. And the naval base in San Diego in 2017. Some good shots, actually. 2019, the Marine Corps base. And 2008 in Baghdad, Camp Victory. 2007 in Tikrit. And there is Craig Morgan and General Gary M. Burrito. 4-star generals with the US Army. 4 stars! If they were in the Tokyo Dome, they'd get 5. Come on! That's a good wrestling joke! Come on! Come on! Right. Oh my God! I said come on and now it's CM Punk! CM Punk! CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. And then see, he's got his hell froze over shirt on. And AJ Lee, AJ Lee, AJ Lee. We want AJ. We want AJ. Can we start chanting that when Punk comes out? Maybe he'll get the message. He sees her as well. He can pass it on. We've got a direct access to AJ Lee now. Someone that actively sees her on a regular basis. Her husband. We want AJ. Oh, look at... Oh, he's starting to look at... Oh, like the look of this belt. He had a good look at Seth's belt, didn't he? He made sure of that. Oh, I like the look. That'll look nice on me. That's what he was thinking. That's what he was thinking. He was thinking them things. I love that shirt. Let's go. Oh. Hagen-Dazs said the crowd aren't into Punk. I don't know. There's a lot of... I don't know. Are they not? They seem to be into Punk. They're into Punk. Look at them dancing away. There's a big CM Punk chant. Punk. Oh, I don't know, dude. If this is a crowd that's not into Punk, I don't know what a crowd into Punk would sound like. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. It's... I'm not the end of the show. I'm not going to get my time cut. If you want to chant, you go ahead and chant. CM Punk, CM Punk, AJ Lee, AJ Lee, AJ Lee. Let's go. AJ Lee. You do understand that Adam Pearce is trying to sign me to Monday Night Raw? Oof. Oof. Oh, don't do that. They were a bit louder on Raw. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm going to partly leave it up to you. Do you want me to be a Monday Night Raw superstar and the crowd boo? Why? Why? They watch both, don't they? Do you want me to be a Monday Night Raw superstar? Boo! Do you want me to be a SmackDown exclusive? Yeah! Doesn't really work that way, does it? It's weird, isn't it? It's just, wrestling's weird. We watch both shows, but if you're in the crowd for SmackDown, you just feel like, I'm blue till I die. I'm SmackDown till I die. Not like those Raw cucks. So whoa, 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 whoa. We all watch both shows. But then if you go to Raw, you're like, nah, I'm red. If you cut me, I bleed red. This is the real wrestling war. SmackDown versus Raw. There's a few people a little bit upset, said CM Punk. They don't like the CM Punk that says, hey, I like you guys. I'm home. Allow me to be the spicy CM Punk. Don't pander to him. Just loot. Who do you want me to talk about? Who do you want me to talk about? AJ Lee. Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon. Triple H. Triple H. Tony Khan. Tony Khan. Tony Khan. Tony Khan. I can tell you some stories. Oh, let's do that, shall we? Let's sack off what we've got for the next 54 minutes. Let's do story time. Oh, takes a shot at Roman. Roman Reigns, someone that's never here. Yeah, stick it to him. You're never here. Oh, shots fired. I acknowledge you. Congrats. But don't forget who the OG Paul Heyman guy is. Don't forget he was my wise man first. He's going off, man. Roman's not here, but his cousins are. Oh, booze for Jay because he went to Raw. So he's saying, do I want to go to Raw to wrestle with Jay, or do I want to stay here and wrestle with Jimmy? Can I trust a guy who hears voices in his head talking about Randy? Will we get along? Will we not get along? One person I think would tag with me is LA Knight. Who else? Who else do you want? Tony Khan! Tony Khan! Kevin Owens? No, who said Kevin Owens? Maybe I could fight Kevin Owens? That'd be a great match though, wouldn't it? Let's pump the brakes. Let's pump the brakes on that. Him and I are a bit too much alike. Who would feel comfortable working with someone that just randomly punches people in the face backstage? I think, didn't he choke him? I don't think he punched him. He's having fun, isn't he, Punk? He's like, what do you want to talk about? Who do you want to talk about? Give me names. We're not really taking many, not many shots, is there really? Everyone's happy to see CM Punk, even JBL. Except for that one guy. Except for that one guy. That one guy is not welcoming me back. Triple H. Yeah, Vince McMahon. He's not even the man in his own household. We've heard that line before. Crowd starts singing Seth's theme. All he's got is that song. Keep it up. All he's got is that song. That's a good line. It's not true. He's got a belt and he's got Becky, but... And again, the crowd... he had to deal with CM Punk chants, so... We'll find out where I sign on Monday. going to talk to NXT. What's that conversation going to be? No, thank you. Do you want to come to NXT? No, thank you. Bye. Bye. So he's going to Raw. Did you see the Walking Dead finale? Has the CM Punk theme song? It was pretty awesome, says Not Stay Junior. I did, yeah. I love Walking Dead. I've not been able to watch the other shows, the new ones, because they haven't shown them in the UK. But a cheeky VPN over to Amazon Prime might be just what I needed. He wants to main event WrestleMania. So he says he knocked it out the park. Is like, I mean, I'm not so sure, to be honest. I actually prefer his last promo. I think it's all right to talk about people, but he hasn't said anything. I mean, like, I'm kind of sat here going, oh, man, he went off. I mean, I suppose about Seth, he said that the song's all he's got. What did he say about Roman? Don't forget, I'm the original Paul Heyman guy. Ooh, shots fired. Wow. What did he say about Kevin Owens? Just like, oh, we're a bit too similar. Made a joke about how about punching people backstage. I don't know, man. I sort of like the It's Home thing. I thought was quite shocking to hear CM Punk say, "I'm home." That was quite shocking. That was something that was like, whoa, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting him to use that kind of terminology. So all these people running around going, oh, that was lame, that was boring. I disagree. He said stuff I did not expect. He said something which really caught me off guard, and that is, I'm home. I was not expecting that at all. I don't know what he said here. I mean, like, the main event in WrestleMania is interesting. I mean, I suppose it's a bit of a given that he wants to main event WrestleMania. I think that it was compelling. I think it was engaging. I don't think it's a bad promo, but I can't say that was the next level up from what we saw before. I actually thought him saying I'm home is more shocking than anything he's just said there. But let me know in the chat, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Did he just kill it? Did you just watch that and you are now just a mess on the floor? You can't believe it. You're struggling to get your breath. You are absolutely exasperated. I think it was fine. It was fine. The Queen has arrived. It wasn't the best promo, said Abdil Hamid. It was a fire promo, says Brian. Promo was great, said Young Bloods. This is the Punk we love, said Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Can you give a shout out to Arthur Morgan? Arthur Morgan, shout out to you. King Yeti said it got a bit boring after a bit. Prince Mueller said, I don't care for CM Punk. Well, I'll tell you what. Looks like there's a bit of a split in opinion. And let's see what people thought. Was that a great CM Punk promo? Suppose that's the question. I don't dispute it was good and I was entertained. I'm not saying it wasn't good. But was it great? Did it better what we saw last time? I don't think so. But we'll let you lot vote and see what you lot think. Poll is up now. Let's do a quick... it's not a great image, is it? But we still need to use it. So CM Punk has just appeared on SmackDown, and he's had quite a bit to say. The first thing of note was as he was making his way down to the ring, he saw this replica WWE World Championship belt, and he took a real moment to have a good look at it, sending a message that it's clearly something of interest to him. So that was noteworthy. Then he got into the ring, and as we said, he had plenty to say. He said that he had heard that people were a bit critical of his promo the other day, and so he wanted to go off a little bit here. And so he was basically saying it's not what do you want to talk about, it's who do you want to talk about? And so he was getting names from the crowds, and then he was like giving his thoughts on them. So obviously we got Roman getting mentioned. He basically said, you know, Roman, I acknowledge him and what he's achieved, but don't forget Paul Heyman was originally my wise man. I am an OG Paul Heyman guy. He spoke a bit about Kevin Owens, made a little joke about punching people backstage. He spoke as well a little bit about Seth. The crowd started singing Seth's song, and he said, sing it, keep singing it. It's the only good thing that he's got. And so, you know, he kind of went through a few names. For me personally, I think it was good. I don't know that there was anything here that was really that controversial or anything here that's going to make massive waves. I think the closing statement is probably the one that sticks with me the most, and that is where he says that his goal is to main event WrestleMania. So that's how he ends it. He's made it very clear. He was debating, and really the theme of this was, who is he going to sign with? Is he going to sign with Raw? Is he going to sign with SmackDown? He even mentioned he's going to take a phone call from Shawn Michaels. I'd imagine that'll be a phone call that lasts about a minute, where he just laughs at him and puts the phone down. I can't see CM Punk going to NXT. But even so, he's clearly got a decision to make. I think he ends up on Raw. But this was all about, where do I go? You know, if I come here, can I trust Randy? Can I team up with LA Knight? You know, what would happen with me and Kevin? Would we be partners? Would we be opponents? That was kind of the theme of this promo. And, you know, a couple of little digs. I think the Seth line was one of my favorites, saying that it's all he's got. I think that was one of my favorites. But, yeah, I think the big one is that final line of saying he wants to main event WrestleMania. So we'll see him on Raw, and I expect him to sign and become an exclusive Raw superstar. Right, we've got a little moment happening on SmackDown where we've had Damage Control come down to the ring, and now we've got Mia Yim, we've got Zelina Vega, we've got Bianca Belair, and we've got Shotzi. They have come out to even up the numbers. This is going to just make it Charlotte against Asuka. Charlotte against Asuka. One-on-one. Going up against each other. And no outside interference by the looks of things. So, good to see Mia Yim. It's just a bit of a shame that it's not really for any reason other than just to get rid of a few people. It'd be nice if Mia Yim had something to, like, get her teeth into. That would be good. Alvin said, another random question. Did you like JBL's title run? It lasted almost a year back in 2004. I thought the matches were bad, but the promos were fun. Yeah, I would agree. I think he was a good character. I like his character. I think he was a good heel champion, actually. I agree his matches were not the strongest, but he had some good character work. And I thought that he was the good counter, good heel to some of the baby faces around, obviously most notably John Cena, of course. But yeah, I wouldn't say it was a disaster by any means. I think that it served its purpose, and I think they did a good job of like building him up. Mitchell said, you missed Kevin Owens CM Punk segment. Okay. What was said? Was there anything shared between them? We are underway with Charlotte Asuka. Charlotte going up. What can you expect from Owens? He is a friend of the Young Bucks who had Punk punched. Owens still loves garbage matches who cannot get over with his indie mindset, just like Moxley. Well, we are at another commercial break. So this match has got underway. Liam said, I thought it was as good as you can get when you're just killing time for him to sign on Monday. That's a fair point, man. That's a fair point. Teased a little bit with Roman. I don't think you're ever going to beat that first one. Well, it's funny you should say that because there was an awful lot of people that were down on that first one. I think everyone's got their own idea as to what they want CM Punk to be and how they want him to act. And I think for me, he's someone that should be causing controversy. You know, you think of the pipe bomb and all of that stuff. And I think that the I'm home was something that genuinely shocked me. That was not something I was expecting him to say. And so it was something that took me by surprise. And it was something I was like, wow, you know, I feel like he's just said something there. I was not expecting that, you know, people are going to talk about. But for some that didn't land, or it wasn't quite enough, or whatever it might be. So he's tried to give a little bit more here, but as I was just saying, you know, there's nothing, I can't say there's much here that's made me go, oh wow, you know, shots fired, this is crazy. Kind of feel like he's come out and just said some stuff which I don't know, like it's not really anything that controversial here. He doesn't like Seth. Well, I think we knew that. He didn't say anything really moody about Roman. I wonder if part of it is that he's actually genuinely got to be quite careful. I wonder if part of it is that he really can't go off too much because the locker room is in a bit of a like precarious position. Like they are having to be a little bit careful at the moment, you know. He is kind of sadly having to watch his step because people are a bit uncertain about him coming back. I agree. I think he signs on Monday, and so I don't know. I don't want to be too down on it because I thought it was good. It was engaging. I'm not saying by any means it was bad. But yeah, I agree. I think it was, you know, I wasn't expecting a great deal from it, and it was fine. Because I think he signs Monday. Mitchell said, Punk went to knock on the Bloodline door, turned and walked away, ran into Kevin Owens. Punk asked if he knew where Aldis's room was, and KO said no. Punk said, thanks for the help. Thank you, Mitchell. Bit moody then between them. Could it be that that's teasing something for the future? Okay, so Asuka is down. Referee just checking on Charlotte at the moment. I think that was a nasty collision. Asuka still down at the moment. Referee going over, just checking on Asuka as well. Charlotte's been checked on. I think she's okay to continue. Referee steps away, so Asuka seemingly good to continue as well. Charlotte's grabbing Asuka. Trying to put on the figure eight. It's not in properly. Oh, here's Bayley. Why is Bayley getting involved? Bayley grabs a hold of Charlotte. Bayley, you go now. Go now. You've done your bit. You've done your bit. No, Bayley, you're messing it up for yourself, love. Asuka manages to get the pin on Charlotte. So thankfully for Bayley, she has not cost Asuka the victory here. Yeah, Michael Cole said the distraction by Bayley didn't backfire tonight. She's playing a dangerous game, though. She's playing a dangerous game. So a win for Asuka. I did that. Look this over. Call me anytime. We're just seeing Punk and Aldis. Here's Cody. That's interesting. For you to finish your story, you need to win the Rumble. It's good to have you back. Cody shakes CM Punk's hand. He said, it's interesting. It seems like for you to finish your story, you're going to have to win the Royal Rumble. And Punk's like, yeah. And Cody's like, that's interesting. We're setting up such a great 2024, aren't we? It's going to be such a great 2024. So, Mitchell, thank you for that info, but I did miss that little moment between Kevin and CM Punk. What's this? Oh, we've got something to do with tribute to the troops. French Fry said there was a botch during the commercial break. I think Charlotte was injured. Scott said all the former WWE stars that went to AEW made epic debuts. How? It's gone. It's gone. Didn't stay on screen. I will go back to it. They didn't show that segment on TNT. Oh, is that why I missed it? I mean, as I was doing the voiceover for that little video, I was keeping an eye on when it came back. I mean, if they didn't show it on TNT, then that that explains quite a bit for me, to be honest. Thank you, James. We're trying our best, man. We're trying our best. We're spinning plates, lots of plates. It's a video on someone getting the Medal of Honor. You deserve it. You deserve it. It's Ariel Helwani, isn't it? Ariel Helwani got the Medal of Honor. Good work, Ariel. I saw someone in the crowd say Charlotte was carried out by the medical team. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, that's not good news, is it? That is definitely not good news. I hope she is just being checked over and we're just being, like, taking precautions. I think the thing I'd be worried about is that if you're controversial in every or most promos, it doesn't end up being controversial. You need to pick and choose time for pipe bombs. I agree. The only thing I would say is that people didn't feel that he really was controversial in the last one. So he kind of started this one going, I hear you. You want me to go off on people. Give me names. So if the whole premise is, oh, you want me to be controversial? Let's go. If that's the whole premise of the promo, you do need to follow it up with something then. And I think it's debatable as to whether what came after is controversial, is spicy. You know, you want spicy CM Punk. I mean, if that's as spicy as it gets. You see, I didn't mind the first one because we weren't trying to be spicy. We weren't trying to be spicy, and I actually thought he said some stuff I wasn't expecting. It's kind of like, listen, the spicy, it'll come. Settle down, it'll come. If that's him being spicy, then, I don't know, is that as spicy as it's going to get? I don't think it is. I think we will obviously get spicier than that, but I can understand why people would be a bit like, oh, is that it? Is that really as bad as it's going to get? Certainly if you compare with what he was saying in AEW as well. I mean, AEW, you know, he went a lot further than what we just saw there. So I agree. You do pick and choose. You can't be controversial all the time. But I think if the whole premise of the promo is, oh, you want me to be controversial, you sort of do have to deliver this time. It was fine. I keep saying it. It sounds like I'm really down on it, and I'm really not. I'm really not. It was fine. I was entertained. It was good. I would even say it was good. It was engaging. It was compelling. It was like, oh my God, where are we going to go? What's he going to say next? Like, you just didn't know what was going to happen. He talks, his delivery is so good. I feel like he said some stuff, you know. I like the line about Seth. I like the line about, I want a main event WrestleMania. It's all fine. It's all good. I just don't know that it's the promo that people were waiting for, if that's, you know, maybe a better way of wording it. Right, we are at commercial break, but we'll be coming back from it very, very soon. Is Charlotte actually hurt? Well, she's been carted off, but we don't know if she's actually hurt or not. It could be a work. Okay, we've got more images from tribute to the troops in the past. CM Punk knows what he's doing. He did the opposite of what Randy did, and he helped put over LA Knight. I think there is mutual respect, said Moods, since LA has had to work his way up. Well, I actually think what Randy's doing is putting him over. I think what you'll see from Randy, because I think Randy knows what he's doing as well. I think what you'll see from Randy is him going, I don't know who this guy is. Never heard of this guy. Why am I teaming with him? And then he'll team with him. He'll see how great he is. He'll see how much he hates the bloodline as well. And then there'll be a handshake and there'll be that show of respect. Like, wow, this guy's just won me over. Wow, I know who he is now. And I think that Randy has kind of set the table for that. So don't be fooled by what Randy's doing. He's not burying LA Knight. He's just setting the table for what I think will follow. A handshake, an acknowledgement, a moment of recognition. Like, wow, this guy just won me over. Where's this guy been? He's awesome. Okay. So we're just having a look at last week with Logan. We're building, of course, to Randy and LA against Solo and Jimmy. That's going to be our main event. We've done the CM Punk moment. We've done Asuka, Charlotte. We've done Dragon Lee against Santos. We've done Bobby against Karrion Kross. So we've done Cody. So I think there's only that match that's left. I think there's only the Randy Orton LA Knight one. And in all fairness, with 25 minutes to go, that would make sense as well. That would make sense. Probably main event time, isn't it? What with all the interruptions that we have to suffer. Leo said, Days forgets that this is the PG era, not AEW. I didn't forget that. CM Punk cannot be unnecessarily outlandish. That gimmick has no longevity and is predictable. I'm not forgetting that. I'm not asking for bad language. But it doesn't stop you from cutting lines like he did for Seth. You know, I thought the Seth line was good, where he said basically, you know, sing that song. It's the only thing he's got. Is a good line. PG, acceptable. What did he say of that caliber about anyone else? Where else did
any shots get fired. You know, what he said about Kevin was quite tame. What he said about Roman was, don't forget, I'm an OG Paul Heyman guy. I mean, I don't know. What do you want me to take from that? I mean, for me, there was nothing that was as vicious as what he said about Seth to anyone else. And this was meant to be him causing controversy. Like, I didn't forget it was a PG era. I'm acutely aware of that fact. Just had a little moment with LA and Randy and CM Punk. Just a little, not really much words being exchanged there. But yeah, my point is that even with PG, you can still have witty lines. You could make the argument of, like, maybe he doesn't want to take too many shots on anyone else because we're not building feuds with anyone else. You could come out with that. But I think for this one-off promo where we're still trying to decide where he's going to land, I think this was an opportunity for him to take more shots at other people and actually go in on a few people before he then settles down on Raw and, you know, hones in on Seth. Because then he can really, like, dial in on Seth Rollins. WWE fan said, why is all I'm seeing in the chat politics? Please get a life. Punk has been on SmackDown more than Roman has in 3 months, said James. Can't Stop, Won't Stop said, pay attention to the promos. You don't need bad words. That's very true. We've said that before, that, you know, you don't need bad words. You don't need swear words. Hence why the Seth line was very good, where he said, like, you know, I mean, that's all he's got. Sing that song. Other than that, he's got nothing. I mean, clearly not true, as we said, but it's still a nice line. And actually, you know, MJF's very good at that. You know, MJF has got the ability to say stuff about people. You know, we've seen him, like, lay into switchblades over in AEW and, again, not use any bad language and not say anything that wouldn't be deemed as being PG. You don't need to stray out of PG. You don't need it in order to cut, like, really scathing promos. Paul Heyman didn't come out with the bloodline. CM Punk and Heyman interaction might happen, said George. That's our main event. What time are we looking at? We got 21 minutes to go. 21 minutes to go. So Randy and LA versus Solo and Jimmy. Jobson said, for the Women's Royal Rumble, I could see Jade Cargill and Raquel Rodriguez being the last two. Okay, yeah. I think Bayley might be in the mix for that as well. Maybe a Becky, maybe. Don't know. Jade, I think, will be in it, and I think she'll get quite far. I don't think she wins it. So of those two, I'd say that would probably be indicating that Raquel will go on to get the win. She could, to be honest. She could. I think a lot of people have also pointed towards Liv Morgan. And Liv being someone that could potentially return. I think her coming back in the Rumble makes a lot of sense. Seemingly, she's quite close to a return, if rumours are to be believed. So she might be in the mix also. But yeah, it's quite open, isn't it? I don't feel like there's an out-and-out number one favourite. I don't even know if there is for the guys, actually. Gunther feels pretty good. CM Punk feels pretty good. Cody's got to be in the running, but I don't think he wins it a second year in a row, but he's got to be in the mix. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good Rumble coming up. It feels quite open. It doesn't feel like, oh, no, it's nailed on. It's going to definitely be such and such. It doesn't feel that way this time around. Big Time said, would you say that Tony has gotten his return on investment with Edge? Delivered or undelivered? Well, I don't know how much he's paying him. I mean, what I would say is that at the moment, no. because we haven't seen any movement on the ratings, have we? So if you bring someone in like Edge, I would imagine you want to see some movement on the ratings. You want to see some pickup in business. So it's hard to say that he's got a return on his investment at this stage. Ultimately, I think he will. I mean, Edge might be responsible for some of them ticket sales, you know? So ultimately, I think he will get a return on it. Certainly if it's going to keep the ratings where they are. Because don't forget, they've just lost CM Punk. I mean, things could have took a bigger hit. You could make the argument that things could be even worse than they are now. So things might have took an even bigger hit if Edge hadn't been around or Adam Copeland hadn't been around. But at the moment, it's hard to say that things have increased and improved. But it's a long-term investment, isn't it? He's not just in for a short term. So if things were to fall apart now, you'd probably say, no, I don't think it worked. But once he goes, we can make a better call on it. I think he will be a worthwhile pickup. He definitely created a big buzz for them when he first came in as well. LA Knight making his way down to the ring. We've got Solo and Jimmy in the ring. Days Roman really is such a disgrace. Why would anyone want to be champ that never shows up, said Justin. Well, he's managed to negotiate himself in that position, hasn't he? I mean, it is frustrating. I do think he should defend more. I agree with that. I think he is an attraction. I'm fine with him not being there every week. I think he's had 11 matches this year, someone showed me the other day. So, the fact that we're in December, he's had 11 matches, and he's only got one more date scheduled for this year. He may have a match next week. I genuinely don't know. Probably not. But, yeah, I mean, that would mean that he hasn't even defended once a month, and some of them matches were tag matches. Like him and Solo against Sami and Kevin. So, I mean, yeah, he's not been around enough. For me, it should be every 30 days that you defend that title. It's just an old school rule. It might not even be a rule that is in place so much, but we know that WWE feel the same. That's the whole reason why they created Seth's belt. They said, didn't they, that Roman had negotiated himself into a position where he was not going to have to defend all that often. So they need another world champion. Hence why they gave Seth the title. Okay, Randy has made his way down. Who do you think the NXT guy is going to be with? Waller, said Daniela. Well, we spoke about it earlier. Honestly, I think there's a lot. I mean, I like the idea of Von Wagner. I really do. I think Von Wagner's a decent shout because Von Wagner is someone that could definitely, he's got size. And again, I can't tell if we're going to have Grayson lose in an upset or if Grayson is going to just squash someone like a Tyler Bate. You could have Axiom, you could have Grayson get past Axiom, you could have Grayson get past Tyler Bate. There's a few things that you could do. But I think that Von Wagner is one that I'm looking at because he's not at Deadline. And I don't know what we're doing with Von Wagner. He's a big guy. He could be in a tournament like this. He could get a shot win over Grayson. He was in the draft as well, Von. Von was a free agent. Von was actually drafted, so we know that they're interested in him because he was part of the last draft, and I believe he was a free agent, and then he just didn't leave NXT. I mean, it was so weird. So he's someone that I think a few people are maybe waiting for us to give him a title run in NXT, but that just might not ever happen for him. That might not be on the cards for him. I looked away from the chat, and then when I looked back, the emote startled me, said LD Cool. Juan said Solo, first time fighting Randy ever. They sometimes say it, not all. He was never on the main roster. Chris says, Abraham Lincoln was such a good old man. He hopped out the window with his beep in his hand. Said, excuse me, lady, I'm doing my duty. So pull down the pants and give me some booty. There's a lot to unpack there. A lot to unpack there. And I think that's what she said as well. Okay, Solo and Randy are in the ring, and Jimmy nails Randy from behind. Randy isn't even that good. Look at him in his dumb gear. He's no AJ Styles. Leyland said, Days, why couldn't we see Edge be champion one last time before going to AEW? People wished that Edge was WWE or Universal. Wouldn't that have been great? I think it's just timing, to be honest. But, I mean, so Edge came back in 2020 at the Rumble. He went into a feud with Randy Orton. Don't forget, at the end of 2020 is when Roman wins the Universal. So, at that point, I think, doesn't Brock... Who's got the... No, Drew. We're doing the whole Drew thing. So, there's only a very small window where Edge could have got it, unless you took him from Roman. But clearly, we've been all in on Roman Reigns. If Edge had stuck around, maybe there was an opportunity now that Seth's belt had been created. So maybe there was an opportunity for that. But to be honest, I think opportunities were very limited for him around World, because he was never going to get it from Roman. So he needed the other belt. He needed the WWE Championship. But Roman's had that since WrestleMania 38. So there was, you know, maybe an opportunity for Edge to get the WWE Championship in that first kind of couple of years where he had come back. But Brock's had it. Drew's had it. Edge maybe could have been in that mix. But it just wasn't. And to be honest, as soon as Roman got it at WrestleMania 38, I mean, that was it. That's been it, isn't it? He's just been on lockdown. Now it's the case that Seth's got this new belt. But I think, to be honest... Edge said that like WWE didn't really have anything planned for him. I think they're looking to the younger stars that are coming through rather than, you know, worrying so much about the likes of Edge. And dare I say AJ? AJ just hasn't really been in the mix. Obviously, we've not seen Randy, but that's for obvious reasons. And I don't know if we're going to pull the trigger on Randy. I think he will get another title run, but I don't know how much we're going to have him around the titles. I feel like, you know, they are looking at the stars for the future. They are looking at, you know, we've got Cody, for example, that we can do some stuff with. He seems to be the next Roman. And obviously we're bringing through Gunther. So there's just a few. We're trying to do something with Grayson and Austin Theory, and I think they're just a lot more involved in those names than Edge. So Edge just felt that it was better going elsewhere. Big Time said, this is a wild start, but Roman has only appeared stat on TV 3 out of the last 17 weeks, and one of those was on FS1. That is a wild stat. CM Punk is going to be on Raw. Surely that's where he signs, of course. Stories collide, Cody and Shinsuke. They're doing that match already. Cody and Shinsuke, they're pulling the trigger on that. If there was another premium live event this month, that would have been added to that, but there isn't. So, and we know that Cody's in the Rumble match. So... you could have built it another week, maybe, but I'm not surprised that we're getting that match on TV. That doesn't feel like we were waiting for the Rumble for that. Okay, we've got 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. What are the thoughts on Lyra? It's been a pretty bland title run. It doesn't even feel like she was the initial plan to have a run with it. She's not had it long. So I don't really mind, to be honest. I think that she got it off Becky. It was a big moment. Good match. Has she defended it? I feel like she's defended it once. Was it this week, actually? there was a women's title match, was there not? And she's not at Deadline, which I think is a bit of a shame. It's a shame that she's not got a match at Deadline. Was it Kiana James that she beat? I feel like it was. And then did Roxanne cost her Kiana? Yeah, I mean, look, it's just started. That's what I would say. It's one that we haven't really done much with. And Deadline is about finding the next challenger. LA Knight then has got Solo against the ropes. Reversal by Solo. LA Knight holds on to the ropes. Clothesline there by LA Knight. Jimmy goes down. Solo grabs LA. Beautiful. Planting him. Trina said it might be the way they bring Breaker to the main roster. He isn't doing much of note other than the Iron Survivor. If he doesn't win that, then they might have him squash Grayson Waller. Yeah, I don't know that this is the arrival of an NXT star. I think this is just them using an NXT star. I don't really see it being that this person is getting called up. I think it's just we're going to showcase an NXT star. So it could be Bron Breakker, but Bron's a heel in NXT, which might not matter on the main roster. But the fact they've put the mystery person against Grayson makes me think Grayson is a heel. It's more likely to be a face that will come up from NXT than a heel. Which is why I was thinking more, could it be Axiom, Tyler Bates, Carmelo, Trick? I was thinking more those than a Bron or Baron Corbin. I mean, Corbin, is he an NXT star? It's debatable, isn't it, I suppose? Or a Dijak. So we're going to have to wait and see. I've not heard any rumors as to who it could be, to be honest. We've got Jimmy on the outside. We got Solo in control. 7 minutes to go. Main event match. We've had CM Punk. We've had Cody Rhodes. We've had Charlotte, and she might be injured. Wow, Solo colliding into LA Knight. I'll have a look, see if anyone's reporting on Charlotte. There might be some backstage news coming in. Charlotte injured. Charlotte being helped backstage. Charlotte being helped out the ring. Charlotte is yelling, "My knee," to Charles Robinson. LA Knight again getting hurled into the corner. Ugly spot towards the end. Rush to the finish. Charlotte said, "My knee," as she was helped. Seemed to hurt her neck too. Wishing her all the best. So Charlotte seemingly injured, but yeah, I did just wonder if there was any further information, and I don't think there is. LA Knight looking to bulldog Solo, but I don't think he got all of it. See what Sean Ross Sapp's saying. Here comes Randy. No updates. Classic Randy Orton. Bembo said knee injuries aren't ever good. Very true. Certainly if it's going to be like ACL tears and all of that. Jimmy is wobbling away as Randy picks up Jimmy and plants him onto that table. Sometimes we see summer happen, but not all the time, said Wan. In the ring goes Jimmy. Randy grabbing Jimmy. He's got Jimmy draped through the ropes, looking for a DDT. And he plants him. The thing I like about NXT, said Big Time, is there is not a bubble with Raw. It's in-ring promo, backstage interview, then a match, then repeat. NXT has different segments. Yeah, I feel like, though, didn't we criticize it the other day where it was match? Or was that Raw? Was that Raw? That might have been Raw, actually. I remember criticizing some the other day, and it was like match, and we were saying, like, it could probably do with, like, a talk show segment. But now I'm thinking about it, I think that was Raw. But, yeah, I would agree. Definitely with NXT at the end of the 2 hours, you do go, wow, there was a lot of stuff in there. But I do think part of it is the fact LA Knight and Randy pick up the win. I think the hand goes out, handshake from Randy and LA Knight. He holds up LA Knight's arm. So he was going for the BFT, but it was Randy that hit the RKO. There's a few words being exchanged between LA Knight and Randy Orton. Pleasantries as Jimmy is still down in the ring. Roman Reigns returns next week. I do think that it's easier for NXT because of it being in one location. They can just meet up and film. I mean, like, a lot of the wrestlers, they live obviously very close. So, like, it's easy to get there to film. They train in the same area. So, like, you know, doing all that kind of stuff is so much easier than, like, where they're traveling all the time, going from town to town to town. So I do think that the main roster is a disadvantage in that regard. And there we go. That is the show coming to a close. Let me end this. You know that we put the vote in over on the other channel now. You know this. So let's go over to Wrestling Days clips and put the poll up over there. Let's see what people thought about tonight's SmackDown. 3. Good. Okay. Put in your scores in the chat as well. Did we do half? I don't think we did halftime scores, did we? I think the Punk promo was around the halftime, wasn't it? So I think that kind of took our attention away. What do you score SmackDown? In the chat, put it out of 10. Over on the second channel, you can vote away over there. And I can tell you that Raw was 60% great on Monday. 60% great. So is this SmackDown better than Raw? Find out. See what people vote. I would like some more information on the Charlotte one. Charlotte is definitely something that's, I think, is a real shame. I'd like to get some more word on that. The line where Punk said, you just can't go around and punching people in the face backstage was a shot at the brawl out. It was, yes. Mr. Dow Jr. said, would you want SummerSlam 2024 to be at London Stadium? Don't mind. I mean, it would be nice to have a SummerSlam. So if they want to do it at Wembley, that's fine. But I think that would be very close to all in. I think it would just be before it. I mean, you could do it, and it would hurt the ticket sales for All In. But to be honest, I think they have probably missed the boat because All In has already sold close to 40,000. So they probably would be better to do it if they wanted to do it at Wembley, to do it in 2025. Because, like, I feel like you've kind of already given AEW a head start there. So they're doing Berlin, they're doing Paris. I don't know if they're going to come over to the UK and do... Has next year's been announced? They might have already announced it. Or they might announce it in January. But it can't be... It's either been announced or it can't be that far away. Because they've got to sell the tickets and everything, haven't they? So I don't know. I don't know if I would... If they do, brilliant. But I'm going to say that it's probably not likely that they're going to do SummerSlam there next year. Just because it's very close to All In, and All In has already sold 40,000, and they're doing Berlin, and they're doing Paris. Like, I don't know, is that oversaturation to now go, oh, and we're going to do an 80,000 stadium, 90,000 stadium in London as well? Is that too much? Don't know. Right. It's because he doesn't want to show up Punk. He doesn't want to steal his shine. Big Time said, you see them in pubs, Chase U University, the family restaurant, going into shops, haunted houses. I reckon Sean gets ideas from TV and movies. Jim says, do you remember when WWE called venues of their rivals to cancel shows or risk WWE not going? I do, yeah. Does AEW need a new update? It's got one, hasn't it? And isn't it a bit glitchy or something? It's just had a new season, hasn't it, that's just dropped. Callum said, I think Wembley might be fully booked in August. They've got AEW and Taylor Swift. George said, I'll see you guys later. See you later, buds. Juan said, did you get the news after and who else about SmackDown? I saw it for the first time. I don't know what that means. 7.5 said Daniela. WWE passed up on Wembley, said Thomas. K-Dub said, I like how Punk mentioned AEW, but wasn't blatant about it, made it witty. Mitchell said, I'm going to go 6.5 to 7. It wasn't bad, but as a fan, 0 out of 10 for getting my hopes up about AJ Styles. Ha said, will it be a triple threat match at the Rumble with Roman against Knight and Orton? I mean, I'm leaning more towards it being Roman against AJ. I mean, AJ was took out by the Bloodline. So I'm leaning more in that direction. Either way, whoever he faces, I think we know they're not going to win. Roman's going into WrestleMania as champ, clearly. So doesn't really matter. But if I was a betting man, I'd say that I'm looking at AJ at the moment. When do you see Austin Theory turning face? Oh, long time. Apparently they really like him and Grayson Waller, so I don't think we do a split this side of WrestleMania. Great stream, Ledger Killer, shout out to you. Most matches have a build or a reason, but not all, like tribute to the troops. Zoom Station said only haters are below an 8. K-Dub said WWE putting on a show in Perth and the stadium holds 61,000. Let's see how that goes. Trini said, let me say some crazy-ish, like I'm cheating on my husband with James. What? No, I don't think I've read any Trini comments, and then I finally get to one, and do you know what? You'd even think I've just made that up, but it's on screen right now. It's up. Well, I don't think it's hit this screen yet. I'm going to wait so that you can actually see it on this screen, because that sounds like I just made it up. Actually, it might have gone past. Oh, it's unbelievable. I think it might have been and gone on there. I just got to it here. Oh, that's crazy. James, I mean, I don't know. Congratulations. I don't know. Are we happy about this? I don't know how I feel. I would like a community baby, to be honest. That would be kind of fun. But yeah, wow, that's wild. That is wild. Hey, listen. God bless you all. God bless you all. Haseeb said it probably is not Randy or Roman at Mania. If you've got to predict who is facing at Mania, yeah, I think Cody Roman would be my pick. I think Randy probably gets like a solo or someone like that. I think that he is looking for revenge against Bloodline, so he could get inserted in a match, a good high profile match that for solo, and it would make sense. How you book it though would be tricky because it would feel like both need the win. So tricky from a booking point of view. Thomas said CM Punk's wife and AJ Styles could form a tag team called AJ's. They could. Let's go. Do you think Triple H is really building a star-studded roster? When I saw all Randy, Knight, Punk in the same backstage segment, it felt like ruthless aggression a little bit. Well, I think, I don't know that he's building one. I mean, I suppose, he played a massive part, one of the biggest parts in bringing Punk back, so you can give him credit for that. I mean, Cody was back under Vince. That was a Vince decision. Randy has nothing to do with Triple H. LA Knight is nothing to do with Triple H. I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of feel like, I suppose he might have changed Max Dupree to LA Knight. So, yeah, did he? Did he even do that? Did he even do that? I don't think he did that, did he? Did he? Did he? Or was he changing anyway? Had he changed anyway? Or was no? I think he did do it actually. I think he did change Max Dupree to LA Knight. I think the roster's in a good place. I think there's a lot of momentum, a lot of excitement. I think that it's built on what Vince put in place. I think that Triple H has definitely put some pieces in place of his own. So yeah, I think he's built him. I think he's built him. But it would be a disservice to not give Vince credit as well. This ain't all Triple H. But I think where we are now is in a really exciting place. 2024 looks monster. Looks brilliant. Do you think Fallon Henley feels like the Liv Morgan of the women's division? Someone who's paid her dues and putting others over and has improved? That's an interesting question. I would say that in that regard, there's similarity. Yeah, I suppose that's a fair comparison. There's differences between them as well, though, isn't there? I feel like Liv is a bit more, I could be wrong on this, but Liv feels a little bit more social, like Instagram pictures and hanging out with Lana. I saw pictures of them like posing as they were going grocery shopping. Maybe Fallon does that stuff, but I just don't see it. Or like, I don't know. To be fair, there's a lot of Liv Morgan stans that will share anything that she does, and I don't think that Fallon has got anywhere near that many stans that are sharing every movement she makes. But there are people out there that will share every movement. If Liv Morgan blinks, someone will tweet about it. So she feels a bit more like social media, a bit more not influencer, but I don't know. Fallon Henley seems a bit more reserved. I would say a bit more kind of girl next door, whereas Liv Morgan seems a little bit more, I suppose, girl next door to an extent, but a bit more social media savvy. So I would say that it's a good comparison if you have a look at someone that's put the work in. It's got a nice, good connection with the fans. I'd say Liv's a lot stronger, clearly. Someone that's putting some others over. I think it's a good comparison. But I could also see why people would be like, no, they're nothing alike. They're nothing like each other. So I could also see why people would say that. So I would go as far as to say, yeah, there's some similarities. and there are also some differences, but it's not the laziest comparison I've ever heard or the worst comparison I've ever heard. I can definitely see why you would compare them. But if you're into Liv Morgan, I don't know that I'd say, oh, if you like Liv Morgan, you'll love Fallon Henley. If you like, if you're into this person, you'll love this person. Don't know that they're similar enough like that in that regard, Days, there's no way. Sami taking a break. Kevin on SmackDown. Cody, Shinsuke feuds. 6-man tag with Judgment Day is dead. We're finally no longer going insane. Yay! Best regards from Germany. Oh, shout out to Germany. Yasin, FFM. Have you ever been to Germany? My grandma was German. So she was born in Germany. And my auntie was born in Germany. They moved to the UK, though, and so my mum was actually born in the UK. So both my parents are from the UK, and I was born in the UK. But my aunt and my grandma are both German. So when I was very young, we used to go over and meet, like, that side of the family. But sadly, my grandma obviously was old. And so, we kind of, that was only whilst I was young. So once my grandma passed away, she passed away a good 15 or so years ago now. But even before that, she was getting on in age and she couldn't travel. And we haven't, to be honest, gone in a long, long time. I mean, early 90s was probably the last time I went to Germany. I really want to go, though, and I could see myself doing a cheeky weekend in Germany. Because, I mean, it's one of the great big power cities, Munich and Berlin, and, it's one of the great countries in the world. And, I'd like to just go and, now I'm a bit older, kind of have a little look around. You always hear good stuff about, like, those cities, about how they're quite vibrant places, quite exciting places to visit. And I have been. I was too young. I can't really tell you much about it. Can't really give you much in a way of we did this, we did that. I can't remember much. But definitely I would be open to going back again. And I think there's a good chance I will, actually. I think there's a good chance I will, because my dad is going to retire soon. And he is desperate to go, like, traveling. Desperate because he's been working his whole life. So he wants to retire and he now wants to go visit some places. So I've said, like, I'll come. I don't mind. So I'll come along with you. Need to find a way of making it work, though, so that we don't have, distractions, missing, like, loads of streams and all that kind of stuff. But I could see me going a couple of places with him next year. And if one of them turns out to be Berlin or Munich, then, yeah, cool. There's not really anywhere I want to go, to be honest, though. That's the only thing. I'm not desperate to really go anywhere. I'm a bit boring. Like, people are like, oh, I want to go to Japan. I want to go to Australia. Not bothered. I mean, I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're picturesque. I'm sure there's some really interesting stuff to see, but I don't know. I don't have that travel bug. I don't really have it. Nice little weekend away somewhere, though. I could definitely go for that. So yeah, shout out to Germany. I would like to pop over at some point. What's your favourite commentary duo? I'd say JR and the King. Oh, JR and the King was brilliant. I think Bobby and Gorilla have got to be right up there. It might be Bobby and Gorilla for me. I think they're both really strong. I think JR and the King are a bit more knowledgeable, shall we say. I think Gorilla and Bobby had a good relationship where they bounced off each other really well, and they could tell the story of the match really well. But I don't think you was kind of getting loads of like technical information. I think you'd get a bit more from JR and Jerry the King Lawler, and they had a great relationship, and they bounced off each other well. And JR's one of the greatest commentators there. When he got enthused, I've said before, like a good commentator can tell you the story, drop in a few of the moves, build up the drama, and those key moments. Like, I mean, Michael Cole does not get the credit he deserves. Michael Cole is so good in those moments. He as good as JR for me. I mean, I've got no problem in saying that. I think in those moments when like it's all kicking off and Michael Cole's really in the zone, I think he's brilliant in those moments. So yeah, for me, like I think WWE have been fortunate to have some great commentators over the years, and I think Gorilla and Bobby would be more than equal to any partnership that was to be mentioned. But yeah, tough to say. I think if I really had to make a choice, I'd go Gorilla and Bobby. I'm a golden era stan. I'm a stan of that era. I'm always going to lean in that direction. So if I have to choose, I'd go there. But JR and Jerry the King Lawler, as close a second as you can get. Right, we'll stick around for a few more minutes. Hayden said, I still can't believe what Trini said in the chat. We're all shocked. Because she said that she was cheating on her husband with James Chadwick. She did say that. I don't think it's not actually real. I don't think it's not actually real. What does that mean? I don't think it's not actually real. Not. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I think what you're saying is it's definitely real and it's definitely happening, and I second that. Fallon usually posts pictures with horses. Seems like she's a chilled person. She looks happy. Tuesday in an in-ring segment, her win, she was gleaming with smiles and emotions. McMahon was underrated on commentary, said Wrestle with Andy. Yeah, Vince was great when he was enthused as well, yeah. He was great when he was enthused. I wonder who you would class as his great partner. I mean, he had a few, didn't he? He had a few. He had Jerry Lawler for a time. He had Bobby for a time. He had Macho Man a fair bit as well. A few different people that he kind of commentated with. But yeah, he was a very... He was a good commentator. I've heard him get a few things mixed up at times. Call a few wrong moves, and I think Vince was actually prone to mistakes more than a lot of other commentators. I mean, it's probably fair in it because he has so much on his mind. It's probably fair. I mean, for example, I remember infamously, I think it was Jesse the Body. Jesse and Vince were great. He asked about which one was which with the Jumping Bomb Angels. And don't forget, it's Vince's company. So if anyone should know what the names of the Jumping Bomb Angels were, he should know. He said he didn't know. He said, we'll call them Pink Angel and Red Angel, because one had pink shorts, like trunks, and the other had red shorts. And so he didn't know the name of the Bomb Angels. And also, I've heard him get Scott and Rick mixed up. He couldn't tell which one was which. He couldn't tell which one was Scott Steiner and Rick Steiner. So there's just lots of those kinds of moments from like the golden era. He may have got a bit better. His calling of the action was always good. And when he got enthused, he was excellent. But if there was a little thing that I would just say he just wasn't that strong on, sometimes he didn't know the names of the wrestlers, and he would be prone to the odd mistake more than others. But I mean, look, he had so much on his mind, because when he sat there, he's not just doing commentary. He's thinking about, like, what he's seeing, how it's playing out. He's listening to what they're saying in the back. Like, he's got so much going through his head that you can understand it. But you're right, he was an excellent commentator. Vince and Ventura, said Travis. They were goated, weren't they? That's another great partnership. Vince and Jesse. Jesse never gave like Vince an inch, did he? Always used to stand his ground with Vince. And actually, there was I want to say a Raw episode where they did like an old school Raw, and Jesse came back because they were in Minnesota. And he was the mayor. And Jesse came back and they ended up doing like calling the action together. Vince actually goes back onto commentary and they actually call the action together. It's really cool. Really cool. Do you go back and watch Raw and SmackDown episodes from the last 3 or 5 years, or is that not to your taste? Not unless I need to specifically find something. No. I'm so much more interested in shows I've not seen. I mean, there's so many like superstars from like the 80s or primetime wrestlings or just bits. I mean, like, you know, there's loads of, I don't know, Shotgun, Saturday Night Main Event, whatever. Loads of different bits and bobs that I've not seen. That I dig into. I just watch, to be honest. Sometimes you end up going down like a wormhole. For example, there was a primetime wrestling I saw on the network earlier today that's got Andre. I wrote it down. I think it's like December 1986. And it's got Andre standing seemingly in London. I can't quite tell, but it looks like London in the background from 86. What's that about? Because first time they came over was 89. So it makes me think maybe it's not London in the background. Maybe it's just somewhere that's got similar architecture. And so that is a show that I want to watch because I'm like, Andre, of course, would be sent out other places. But by the time Vince was taken over, he wasn't really sending Andre out as much. So 86, I mean, you're talking WrestleMania 2. You're talking, you know, December. We're on the road to WrestleMania 3. So what's he doing in London? I don't know why he would be there. WWE didn't come till 89. So I'm starting to think it's not London, to be honest. I'm starting to think that it's not. It just looks like it in the background and it's not London. But that is the kind of thing that I want to watch because I want to go, what's that about? And I'll probably watch it. It'll be an old building in Connecticut or something. And I'll be like, oh. But I actually don't know what that's about. And that's on my list of things to go back and check out. So going back to a Raw from a few years ago now. And we've done watch-longs for them. We've watched them. We've followed the stories and whatever. I mean, they're probably good for little refreshes, little recaps. But so much wrestling to watch that I'm more engaged with stuff like that. Big Time said, I started watching in 2010, 2015. I feel like I'm a kid again. I remember why I fell in love with it. That's good. I didn't feel that connected with the current product, but I do still watch it. What did you think about AEW being ice cold right now as a product whilst WWE is red hot and has got all the momentum? What do you think about Bryan Danielson fining wrestlers? Well, I really like him fining wrestlers. I think they should have done this from the start. I don't know that Bryan Danielson's the right person to be doing it. I think it should be Tony Khan that does it. I don't know why Bryan Danielson's the one that's doing it. But if they want to elevate him as being like a creative authority backstage kind of person, okay. Maybe it's all part of a transition. Perhaps the plan is that he's going to finish wrestling and then go into like an authority position backstage. So they're getting him in that role now. I'm not keen on current wrestlers kind of being in that sort of a position, though. I mean, I think we got into that trouble with the EVPs. So personally, I'm not keen on that, but I am keen on people being fined for making disparaging comments. I mean, there's enough people that want to take shots at AEW right now. There's enough haters out there, right? There's enough WWE hardcore fans that are just looking for reasons to shoot it down. You don't need people on your team that you're paying doing it as well, you know? I mean, geez, if you're upset with something, okay, come and talk to me about it, right? And you don't have to praise, like, you know, the current situation. I'm not asking you to go on and lie. I'm just saying, just don't say anything at all, right? If you're not happy with how you're being used, then okay, come and talk to me about it. If that's not good enough, okay, stay quiet on it. I'm paying you. And if you're not happy with how you're being used, you can talk about it to your heart's content when your contract's up. But there's enough people taking shots at AEW. Why the hell would you ever tolerate the talent that you're paying adding to it? It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I don't know why this has been allowed to happen at all. So, good. I'm glad they're getting fined. They should be getting fined. I'd love to be getting their wages. I'm sure many of you would as well. Love to be getting paid the kind of money they're getting paid. So, you know, I've got no sympathy whatsoever for that. But I don't really understand why Bryan Danielson's in that position, to be honest. That feels a bit harsh. I sort of feel like, yeah, you're kind of putting him in a bit of a moody slot there, because he's going to have to find his peers, people that he's going to be in a locker room with, and I don't know. But then you could say, well, maybe people won't want to let him down. But then you've got another problem. Why are they happy to let Tony down? Why is it all right to go against Tony, but it's not all right to go against Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson? So my feelings on it are, there's enough people taking shots. You don't need people you're paying doing it as well. So fining is fine. But Bryan Danielson? Can we not have had Mark Henry do it? Why couldn't we have had Big Show or Mark Henry do it instead? Why is it Bryan Danielson? But yeah, I think it is a bit cold at the moment. I feel like we've spoke about it till the cows come home, man. I think we spoke about it. I think I think there's lots of reasons as to why we've ended up where we've ended up. And I think AEW can turn it around, but they're going to need a good 2024, and we'll have to see. They've got some good pieces in place. They've got good wrestlers and good talent, good locker room. So we'll see if they can put the pieces together. They've got pieces. It's just they keep trying to make a picture and it doesn't quite ever seem to come out quite right. But there's a picture in there if you can put the pieces together properly. So we'll see. Alvin said, I found an old VHS tape of King of the Ring 95 at a retro store, and there was a bunch of old tapes. Julia said, Julia Hart against Abaddon is coming soon. I bet Days loves the prospect of this dream match. I just think, like, Julia Hart to me is someone that's learning. She's someone that would have been in a breakout tournament in NXT. She's someone that has got good presentation, good gimmick, good look. I mean, the entrance is amazing. But then the bell rings, and I just don't see anything other than someone that's really bare bones, basic, and is learning the craft. I mean, I suppose this is part of the problem. To me, she's not a Dynamite star. She's someone that needs to be in Ring of Honor. Someone that needs to be, if she was in WWE, she would be Lola Vice. She'd be, Kalani Jordan. She would be someone that's really just starting out and is going to be in NXT for the foreseeable future. Yet she gets presented on Dynamite as their mid-card women's champion. I do think that's part of the problem. If, you know, for a show that's all about wrestling and is all about the in-ring product, your mid-card women's champion is someone that's clearly limited. And I think she would be amongst the first to admit that she was limited. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. I think it comes across as a bit desperate, to be honest. I think that it is what it is. It's fine. There's people that are into her because they like the presentation, and that's fine. And there's people into her because she ain't the ugliest girl in the world. But I can't imagine there's people that are into her because of her wrestling. Abaddon, not really on my agenda, to be honest. I haven't really seen much of Abaddon, so if that's a match I need to sit through on Dynamite, then fine. It's fine. It is what it is. Just, for me, another reason as to why AEW is struggling, you know. Rather than having a women's division where the women are, like, killing it, you have to sit and you have to watch people like Julia Hart, and you have to watch, you know, your Penelope Fords, who, thankfully, is not around as much anymore, and your Anna Jays, and your Ty Contis. You know, I put Julia Hart in that kind of a bracket of women that just aren't good enough. And I think AEW should be aiming for better than that, to be honest. So, don't know. It's a weird one. It's maybe one where people will have a different opinion on it, and they will see the potential in her, which I can see. I mean, you can see the potential. She's a good-looking girl that's got great presentation. But as I said, like, they so desperately need, like, an NXT. They so desperately need to get some of this. Like, why is Nick Wayne on TV? Why is this kid on TV? He's 18 or 19 or whatever. Again, if they had an NXT, he'd be in NXT. And there's actually quite a few talents that have got great potential that are on Dynamite that I really don't think should be. And I think you could... And then they've got people in Ring of Honor that I don't think should be. Like, people just seem to be in the wrong place. Make Ring of Honor your developmental, and like bring up your Athenas, and Samoa Joe was the Ring of Honor TV champion. Why? Have Nick Wayne as your Ring of Honor TV champion. Put Samoa Joe back on Dynamite. Granted, he was still being used on Dynamite, in all fairness, but I don't know. No, we can get into a whole conversation about people being in the wrong spots in AEW. I think that's an example of what I'm talking about. But look, we could sit and we could talk forever, and we're not going to, because I've got things to do. And we will be back tomorrow anyway. We'll be back tomorrow a good couple of hours before NXT Deadline, before the kickoff show. And we will be getting our teeth into that and breaking down any bits and bobs, any of the news that's kind of doing the rounds. We'll be breaking that down. It is a wrestling weekend, which is exciting. So we'll be doing that tomorrow. We'll be doing the Sunday stream on Sunday. And then, of course, we're back on Monday with more CM Punk. Right, thanks a lot for joining. Appreciate the support as always. I hope you enjoyed the stream, enjoyed SmackDown. And as I said, hopefully I'll see you again tomorrow for NXT Deadline. And have a great evening wherever you are. Bye for now.